Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, it started with the sound of shovels striking dirt just beyond the wooden fence. I live alone, no neighbors on that side. I peeked through a gap in the boards and saw 3 figures digging silently, methodically, like they'd done it before. No lights, no talking, just digging. I called the police, but by the time they arrived, the ground was undisturbed. No tools, no footprints. I started to wonder if I imagined it until the next morning. There was a pile of freshly turned earth just inside my yard, and buried in it was an old, rusted locket. Inside the locket was a photo of a house, my house, from decades ago. I tried to forget it, but they came back the next night. This time they were digging closer. I held the locket in my palm, feeling its weight against my skin. The metal was cold, tarnished black around the edges where moisture had seeped in over the years. The photograph inside showed my house, but different somehow, younger. The paint wasn't the faded blue I knew, but a crisp white that made the windows look like watchful eyes. A woman stood on the front porch, her face blurred by age and water damage, but her posture suggested she was waiting for someone. The third night brought rain, heavy drops that turned the earth into mud and made the digging sounds different. Wetter, more urgent, I pressed my face against the bedroom window, watching their shadows move through the darkness. They worked faster now, as if the weather was pushing them towards some deadline I couldn't understand. When morning came, I found more than disturbed soil. There were fragments of fabric clinging to my rose bushes. Blue cotton, faded and torn, like pieces of a dress that had been buried too long. I took the fabric to the local library, hoping their historical archives might hold some clue. The librarian, an elderly woman with careful hands, examined the material under a magnifying glass. She told me it looked like fabric from the 50s, maybe 60s. Common household cotton, the kind used for everyday dresses. Her fingers paused over a particular thread, and she looked at me with eyes that seemed to recognize something I didn't. She pulled out a box of old newspapers, yellowed and brittle. The headlines spoke of missing persons, unsolved disappearances, families left wondering. One photograph caught my attention. A young woman in a blue dress, smiling at the camera with the kind of hope that makes disappearance more tragic. The article mentioned she was last seen walking toward the old residential district, the area where my house now stood. That evening I sat in my kitchen with the newspaper spread across the table. The woman's face stared back at me from the grainy photograph, and I found myself studying every detail. Her hair was styled in victory rolls, her lips painted dark, but it was her eyes that held me. They seemed familiar, as if I'd seen them before in dreams or half-remembered moments. The digging stopped for several nights. I almost convinced myself it was over, that whatever they were looking for had been found or abandoned. But then I started noticing other things. My mail arrived opened and carefully resealed. Footprints appeared in my flower beds, always in the same spots, as if someone was measuring distances or marking locations. The feeling of being watched became constant, a weight on my shoulders that followed me from room to room. I installed a security camera, pointing it toward the fence. The first few nights showed nothing unusual, just darkness and the occasional cat prowling through the frame. But on the 4th night, the camera captured something that made my blood run cold. 3 figures stood perfectly still at the edge of my property, their faces turned toward the house. They didn't move for hours, they just watched, as if waiting for me to make some decision I wasn't aware of needing to make. The next day I found an envelope slipped under my door. Inside was a key, old and brass, with teeth worn smooth by years of use. No note, no explanation, just the key and the faint smell of earth that seemed to cling to everything now. I tried it in every lock I could think of. My front door, back door, the shed, even the old trunk in my basement, nothing. I started researching the history of my property, spending hours at the county records office. The clerk, a thin man with nervous habits, helped me trace the ownership back decades. My house had been built on land that once belonged to a family whose name appeared in those old newspaper articles. They'd owned several properties in the area, all of them connected to the missing woman in the blue dress. The records showed something peculiar. The original house had been torn down and rebuilt in the exact same location, not renovated or expanded, but completely demolished and reconstructed. The permits were dated just months after the woman's disappearance. I asked the clerk why someone would tear down a perfectly good house, and he shrugged, saying people did strange things when they had secrets to hide. That night the digging resumed with a different rhythm. Slower, more deliberate. I could hear them moving closer to the house itself, their tools scraping against something harder than dirt, stone maybe, or concrete. I grabbed a flashlight and crept outside, my bare feet silent on the wet grass. The sound led me to my basement window, where I could see light filtering up from below. I'd never noticed the loose stone in my basement wall before. It was small, barely visible unless you knew where to look. When I pressed it, it shifted inward with a soft, grinding sound. Behind it was a space just large enough for the brass key. The lock it opened was hidden beneath decades of paint and neglect, but it turned easily, as if it had been waiting all this time. The door revealed a narrow staircase leading deeper underground than my basement should have allowed. The air was thick with the smell of old earth and something else, something sweet and cloying that made me cover my nose with my sleeve. Each step creaked under my weight, echoing in the darkness below. At the bottom I found a small room carved from the living rock. The walls were lined with shelves, and on those shelves were objects that seemed to tell a story I wasn't sure I wanted to understand. Personal items, jewelry, photographs of women who looked familiar but whom I couldn't quite place. And there, in the center of it all, was a blue dress, carefully preserved and laid out as if waiting for its owner to return. I picked up one of the photographs and my hands began to shake. It showed the same woman from the newspaper, but this time she wasn't alone. A man stood beside her, his arm around her waist, his face turned slightly away from the camera. But I could see enough to recognize the jawline, the way he held his shoulders. It was the same posture I saw every morning in my bathroom mirror. The realization hit me like cold water. The man in the photograph looked exactly like me, but the picture was taken decades before I was born. The same eyes, the same nose, even the same small scar above the left eyebrow that I'd carried since childhood. It was impossible, but the evidence was right there in my trembling hands. I heard footsteps on the stairs behind me, slow and measured. I turned to see 3 figures descending, their faces hidden in shadow. They moved with the same methodical precision I'd observed from my window, as if they'd made this journey many times before. One of them spoke, and the voice was familiar in a way that made my skin crawl. They told me about the woman in the blue dress, about promises broken and secrets buried. They spoke of justice delayed but not forgotten, of debts that pass from one generation to the next like inherited curses. The room grew colder as they talked, and I found myself backing against the wall, the photograph still clutched in my hand. But as they stepped into the light, I saw something that changed everything. Their faces weren't the faces of strangers seeking vengeance. They were faces I recognized from family photographs, from half-remembered stories told by relatives who always seemed to change the subject when asked for details. They were my own blood, my own history, come back to settle accounts I never knew existed. The woman in the blue dress had been their sister, their daughter, their friend. And the man who'd made her disappear, who'd built his house over her grave and lived his life as if she'd never existed, had been my grandfather. The resemblance wasn't coincidence. It was genetics, carrying guilt forward through generations like a hereditary disease. They didn't want revenge, they told me. They wanted acknowledgement. They wanted her story told, her name remembered, her disappearance given the dignity of truth. For decades, they'd been digging, searching, trying to piece together what had happened to someone they loved. And now they'd found her, buried beneath the foundation of a house built on lies. I stood there in that underground room, surrounded by the evidence of a crime I'd inherited but never committed. The locket, the key, the digging, the watching, it had all been leading to this moment of recognition. They weren't haunting me because of what I'd done, but because of what my family had hidden, what I had the power to finally bring into the light. The choice was mine now. I could seal up the room, pretend I'd never found it, and live with the knowledge that someone's daughter, someone's sister, would remain forgotten in the darkness beneath my feet. Or I could make the call, speak the words that would unravel decades of carefully maintained silence and expose truths that would change everything I thought I knew about my own history. I looked at the photograph one more time, at the woman in the blue dress and the man who looked like me but wasn't me. The resemblance was undeniable, but so was the difference. I wasn't him. I didn't have to carry his choices forward into another generation. I could be the one who finally told the truth. But as I reached for my phone, I hesitated. Once I made that call, there would be no going back. The story would spread, investigations would begin, and my life would never be the same. I'd become part of her story, connected forever to a tragedy I'd played no part in creating, but could no longer pretend didn't exist. The three figures waited patiently, as if they had all the time in the world, and maybe they did. Maybe they'd been waiting so long that a few more moments wouldn't matter. Maybe the choice wasn't really mine to make. Maybe it had been made already, the moment I decided to look through that gap in the fence instead of closing my eyes and pretending I saw nothing. I'm still standing here in this room beneath my house, holding a photograph of a dead woman and the phone that could finally give her peace. The number is dialed, my finger hovers over the call button, and I can hear my heart beating in the silence. Sometimes the hardest part of justice isn't finding the truth. It's deciding what to do with it once you have it in your hands. Crime 2, I've lived here for years and never noticed the small panel tucked behind the insulation in the attic. Curiosity 1, I pried it open, expecting a crawl space. What I found was a hidden room, bare concrete walls, no furniture, no windows, just a single journal in the middle of the floor. Its pages were filled with precise notes about my daily life, what I ate, where I went, even what I muttered to myself when I was alone. I turned to the last page. The final entry read, "They found the room, proceed to step 2. The next day my front door was unlocked and my toothbrush was wet. The journal's cover felt wrong in my hands, too smooth, like it had been handled countless times by fingers that weren't mine. I sat on my kitchen floor, spreading the pages across the cold tiles, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Each entry was dated, written in handwriting that looked almost like mine but wasn't quite right. The loops were too perfect, the pressure too consistent. The earliest entry went back 18 months. It described me buying groceries on a particular day, listing items I remembered purchasing but had never written down anywhere. Milk, bread, the generic brand of cereal I always chose when money was tight. But it also mentioned things I thought I'd kept private. How I'd stood in the produce section, picking up apples and putting them back because I couldn't afford the organic ones. How I'd counted change twice before realizing I had enough. My hands started to shake as I read further. The Observer had noted conversations I'd had with myself while cooking dinner, word for word. Arguments I'd rehearsed for confrontations that never happened. The way I hummed off-key while washing dishes. details so intimate that reading them felt like being turned inside out. I called the police. The officer who came was polite but skeptical. He examined the hidden room, took photos of the journal, and promised to file a report. His eyes kept darting to the corners of my house like he was looking for cameras or signs of a break-in that weren't there. When he left, he handed me a card and suggested I might want to change my locks. But changing locks seemed pointless when someone had been watching me from inside my own walls. The next few days blurred together. I barely slept, jumping at every sound. I installed new deadbolts, covered the windows with newspaper, and moved a chair in front of the attic access. But the feeling of being observed never left. It clung to me like smoke, making my skin crawl even when I was completely alone. I started going through old photos, looking for anything I might have missed. There, in a picture from my housewarming party, I spotted something that made my blood run cold. In the background, barely visible behind a group of friends, was a face I didn't recognize. Someone had been in my house that night, standing just outside the frame of celebration, watching. I showed the photo to neighbors, colleagues, anyone who might remember the party. Most people shrugged it off. Party crashers happened all the time. But one neighbor, an older woman who lived across the street, studied the image for a long moment before handing it back. She mentioned seeing someone matching that description working on houses in the neighborhood. Utility work, she thought, or maybe pest control. The kind of service person you notice just enough to feel reassured, but not enough to remember clearly. That's when I started making calls. Every utility company, every service provider that had been to my house in the past 2 years. Most of their records were vague or incomplete. Work orders that didn't match my memory of what had been done. Appointments I couldn't recall scheduling. It was like trying to grab smoke. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Going through old bank statements, I found charges for services I'd never authorized. Small amounts spread across different months. A security consultation here, a home inspection there. When I called the numbers associated with these charges, half were disconnected. The other half led to voicemail boxes that were either full or belonged to companies that claimed no record of my address. I hired a private investigator. She was thorough, methodical, and expensive. Her report arrived in a manila envelope that felt heavier than it should have. Inside were photographs of my house taken from angles I'd never considered, documents showing a pattern of fraudulent service calls across the neighborhood, and a list of similar cases in surrounding areas. The investigator had found evidence of what she called residential intelligence gathering. Someone had been systematically infiltrating homes, studying residents, collecting data for reasons that remained unclear. The operation was sophisticated enough to use legitimate-looking service calls as cover and patient enough to observe for months before acting. But acting to do what? That question kept me awake at night. The journal entries had stopped the day I found the room, but other things began happening. Mail went missing. Packages were delivered to addresses I'd never given out. I received calls from businesses asking about appointments I'd never made. My routine was being disrupted in small, deliberate ways that could easily be dismissed as coincidence if I hadn't known better. The private investigator recommended I move, start fresh somewhere else, change my patterns, make myself a harder target. But something about running felt wrong. Whoever had been watching me had invested too much time and effort to simply give up. Moving might just be giving them a head start on setting up somewhere new. Instead, I decided to watch back. I set up cameras in places the original observer might not expect. Not obvious security camera locations, but hidden spots that would catch someone who knew the house too well. I changed my routines randomly, shopped at different stores, took different routes to work. I started keeping my own journal, documenting every strange occurrence, every person who seemed to linger too long near my property. After weeks of this, I caught something, a figure on camera, moving through my backyard with the confidence of someone who belonged there. The timestamp showed they'd been there for almost an hour, doing something near the foundation of the house. When I checked the next morning, I found fresh tool marks around the basement window that faced away from the street. The police were more interested this time. They dusted for fingerprints, took soil samples, and interviewed neighbors about suspicious activity. But the investigation stalled when the fingerprints came back with no matches and the neighbors' stories didn't align with each other. That's when I realized the most disturbing possibility. What if the person watching me wasn't a stranger? What if it was someone I knew, someone who had legitimate reasons to be around my house, someone whose presence wouldn't raise suspicions? I started looking at everyone differently. The mail carrier who always seemed interested in whether I was home. The neighbor who offered to help with yard work but never seemed to actually do much. The repair technician who'd fixed my furnace and insisted on checking other systems while he was there. The real estate agent who'd sold me the house and still called occasionally to check how I was settling in. Each possibility felt both completely logical and utterly paranoid. The journal had mentioned step 2, but I never found out what that meant. The strange incidents gradually tapered off, but they never completely stopped. Sometimes I still find things slightly out of place, or catch a glimpse of someone in my peripheral vision who isn't there when I turn to look. The private investigator eventually closed the case as unsolved. The police file gathered dust. Life returned to something that resembled normal, but normal felt different now. I'd learned that privacy was an illusion, that the walls of your home couldn't keep out someone determined enough to breach them. I still live in the same house. The hidden room remains empty, but I check it regularly. Sometimes I wonder if I'm becoming the watcher now, obsessed with surveillance and suspicious of every shadow. The line between victim and paranoid observer had blurred beyond recognition. The journal sits in a safe deposit box now, along with copies of all the evidence I gathered. Insurance, I tell myself, proof that I'm not losing my mind. But late at night, when sleep won't come, I wonder if documenting everything so carefully just makes me better at the very thing I'd feared someone else was doing to me. The last entry in that journal still haunts me. They found the room, proceed to step 2. I never discovered what step 2 was supposed to be, but sometimes I suspect I'm living it. The perfect crime isn't always about what someone takes from you. Sometimes it's about what they leave behind. A constant awareness that you're never truly alone, never truly safe, never truly certain about the reality of your own life. The toothbrush still gets wet sometimes, even when I'm sure I didn't use it. I've replaced it dozens of times, but the phenomenon continues. Maybe it's condensation from the shower. Maybe it's a faulty faucet. Maybe it's something else entirely. I don't call the police anymore when these small violations occur. What would I tell them? That my life has become a crime scene where nothing was stolen except my peace of mind. That someone turned observation into a weapon and wielded it with surgical precision. The real mystery isn't who was watching me or why they stopped. It's whether they ever really stopped at all, or if they just got better at staying hidden. The room in the attic is empty now, but somewhere else in this house, or this neighborhood, or this world, someone might still be taking notes, writing down what I eat, where I go, what I mutter to myself when I think no one is listening. The crime was perfect because it left no victim, only a witness. And witnesses, I've learned, are the least reliable sources of truth. Crime 3, I always thought the creaking was just the house settling. Old wood, cold nights, it made sense. But then the sounds started forming patterns. Not random squeaks, but deliberate rhythmic thumps, soft and sharp like coded messages. I recorded them and ran the audio through a sound-to-text program. The results were fragmented, but the message was unmistakable. My name over and over, mixed with phrases like "you don't belong" and "bring it back." I thought it was a prank until I lifted one of the boards and found a bundle of bones, small, human, wrapped in a child's blanket that matched the faded fabric in my linen closet. I never bought that blanket. The smell hit me first when I unwrapped the bundle, not decay, but something sweeter, artificial. Like the kind of baby powder they used to make decades ago, mixed with something metallic that made my throat close up. My hands shook as I photographed everything before calling the authorities, but while I waited, I couldn't stop staring at that blanket. The pattern was unmistakable, tiny yellow ducks on pale blue cotton, exactly like the one folded neatly in my upstairs closet. I'd inherited this house from an aunt I barely knew. She'd left me everything in her will, claiming I was her only living relative. The lawyer had seemed surprised. Apparently, she'd never mentioned having family. But the paperwork was legitimate, the deed transfer smooth. I'd moved in without asking too many questions, grateful for the fresh start after my divorce. The police took the remains, logged the evidence, asked their questions. They seemed more interested in my connection to the previous owner than in the bones themselves. Had I known her well? Had she ever mentioned children? The detective's eyes lingered on my face when I explained I'd only met her once at a family reunion years ago. She'd been quiet, kept to herself, lived alone as far as anyone knew. After they left, I went back to that floorboard. The wood was newer than the rest, the nails slightly different. Someone had deliberately created a hiding place here, carved out a space just the right size for that small bundle. I ran my fingers along the edges, feeling for other loose boards. That's when I found the second hiding spot. This one contained papers, old birth certificates, hospital records, adoption documents, all bearing the same name, my aunt's name, but listing different children. 7 in total. 7 names I'd never heard, 7 dates spanning 30 years. The photos clipped to each file showed children who could have been siblings, all with the same dark eyes, the same serious expression. I spread the documents across the kitchen table, creating a timeline. The first adoption was from the early 70s, the last from just 5 years ago. All private adoptions, all handled by the same agency that had since closed. Each file contained medical records, behavioral assessments, placement reports, and each one ended the same way: placement terminated, child returned to state custody. The returned children were always listed as adjustment failures, too difficult, too damaged, unable to bond with the adoptive parent. But reading between the lines, I started to see another pattern. Each child had lasted exactly 6 months in the house. Each had shown signs of what the reports called severe distress before being removed. I called the adoption agency's former director, tracked her down through public records. She was reluctant to speak at first, citing confidentiality, but something in my voice must have convinced her. The woman who had been my aunt, she told me, had been on their list of approved single-parent adopters for decades. Always requested the most challenging cases, the children other families had already rejected. She had references, a clean background check, a house suitable for children. But there had been concerns. Social workers noted that the children seemed to regress in her care, becoming more withdrawn, more fearful. When they were removed, they spoke of strange sounds in the house, of feeling watched, of a woman who whispered to them through the walls. The reports dismissed these as trauma responses, the fantasies of damaged children trying to make sense of another failed placement. The social worker's voice grew quiet when I mentioned the bones. She'd wondered, she admitted, what happened to one particular child, the last one placed just before the agency closed. The boy had been removed after 3 months instead of the usual 6, his caseworker filing an emergency report after an unscheduled visit. But the child had disappeared from state custody shortly after, and the investigation had stalled when my aunt suddenly moved away. I hung up and walked back to the living room, staring at the floorboards with new understanding. The patterns in the creaking, the coded messages, what if they weren't random sounds at all? What if someone had been trying to communicate, tapping out desperate messages from below? I downloaded apps that could translate Morse code, played back my recordings with new ears. The tapping wasn't saying my name, it was saying, "Help me," over and over in the simple rhythm a frightened child might use. Someone had been trapped under these floors, alive, sending signals that no one understood. The basement had been sealed when I moved in, the door painted shut and locked. I'd assumed it was just old house maintenance, keeping out moisture and pests. But now I took a crowbar to that door, my heart hammering as the wood splintered away. The basement was smaller than it should have been for a house this size. Someone had built a false wall, creating a hidden room just large enough for a small person to lie down. The space smelled of that same artificial powder, and I found remnants of the yellow duck blanket scattered in the corners. But there were other things too, small drawings scratched into the wooden walls, stick figures of children with sad faces, a water bowl empty, food wrappers from brands that hadn't been sold in years. I photographed everything before calling the police again, but as I waited, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something crucial. 7 adopted children, 7 failed placements, but only one set of remains. What had happened to the others? The detective who returned was different from the first one, older, more experienced with cold cases. She listened to my theory about the hidden room, examined the evidence I'd found, but when I mentioned the pattern of adoptions, her expression changed. She'd worked cases like this before, she said. Sometimes predators posed as loving caregivers, using the system to gain access to vulnerable children. But this felt different, she admitted. The careful documentation, the medical records, the way each child had been returned to the system alive, it suggested someone playing a longer game. Someone who enjoyed the power of terrifying children, but was smart enough not to leave a trail of missing persons reports. The bones belonged to a boy who matched the description of that last adopted child, the one who disappeared from state custody. DNA confirmed it within days, but cause of death was harder to determine after so much damage from being concealed. No obvious trauma, no signs of violence. He could have died from neglect, from fear, from the kind of slow psychological torture that doesn't leave marks on bones. I wanted to sell the house immediately, to escape the weight of what had happened within these walls. But first, I needed to understand why my aunt had left everything to me. I told the police we barely knew each other, but now I wondered if that was the whole truth. I found the answer in her personal papers, stored in a safety deposit box I'd never bothered to check. Photos of me as a child, school records, medical files. She'd been watching me for years, tracking my life from a distance. And at the bottom of the box, a letter in my aunt's handwriting, explaining everything. She'd chosen me specifically, she wrote, because I reminded her of the children she'd cared for. The same dark eyes, the same serious expression. She wanted to give me the house, she claimed, because she thought I'd understand what she'd been trying to do. The children had been broken when they came to her, she insisted. She'd been trying to fix them, to teach them discipline, to make them grateful for what they had. But the letter contained details that chilled me, descriptions of the basement room, of teaching children to be quiet, of helping them understand that no one would come looking for them if they couldn't learn to behave. She wrote about it like a kindness, as if the terror she'd inflicted had been a form of love. The police reopened investigations into all 7 adoptions, but most of the children were adults now, scattered across the country with new names and sealed records. The few they could locate confirmed the pattern: months of psychological abuse disguised as strict parenting, isolation, threats whispered through walls in the dark. They'd all been too young or too traumatized to be believed when they tried to tell social workers what was really happening. I gave my statement, handed over all the evidence I'd found, cooperated fully with the investigation. But questions lingered that I couldn't answer for the authorities, questions that kept me awake in the hotel room where I stayed while the house was processed as a crime scene. Why had she chosen me? What had she seen in a distant relative she'd met only once? And most disturbing of all, why had she been so confident that I would understand? I think about that letter often now, about the way she described her methods with such casual precision. The way she'd written about the children's fear as if it were necessary medicine, harsh but ultimately healing. And I wonder sometimes, in the quiet moments when I'm alone, if there was something in my response to her story that she'd recognized. Something that made her believe I wouldn't just call the police immediately, but would need to understand first. The house sold quickly once the investigation concluded, to developers who planned to tear it down and start fresh. I took nothing from it except the questions that follow me still. 7 children terrorized, 1 dead, a woman who convinced herself she was helping them. And somewhere in that tangle of trauma and twisted logic, a letter that suggested she saw something familiar in me. I never did figure out why the floorboards had started creaking my name when I moved in. The police theorized it was just the house settling after years of being empty, old wood adjusting to new weight and warmth. But sometimes, late at night in my new apartment, I wonder if those sounds had been trying to warn me about something else entirely. Not about what my aunt had done to those children, but about what she'd seen in me that made her think I was the right person to inherit her secrets. Crime 4, the ceiling vent always rattled, but I blamed the air pressure. Then I started losing things, small items like socks, food, even silverware. At first I blamed myself. But when I opened the kitchen cabinet one night, I found a crumpled piece of notebook paper wedged behind the flour. It read, "Stop leaving the light on." I didn't understand until I pulled open the crawl space hatch. The smell hit me first, sour and damp, then I saw the nest. Piles of my missing things arranged like a makeshift bedroom, and on the wall, scratched into the wood, were dozens of tally marks. Someone had been counting the days they were living under my feet. I backed away from that opening like it was radioactive. My hands wouldn't stop shaking as I fumbled for my phone, but something made me hesitate before calling anyone. The tally marks weren't random scratches. They were organized, methodical. Groups of 5 with diagonal lines crossing through them. Whoever had been down there was keeping careful records. The police arrived and took photos, collected evidence, dusted for fingerprints. The officer with the flashlight emerged from the crawlspace holding a plastic bag filled with personal items I'd reported missing over the past few months. But there were other things too. Things that didn't belong to me. A woman's bracelet with an engraving I couldn't make out. A child's toy car, paint chipped and worn. A prescription bottle with the label torn off. Detective Rodriguez asked me to walk through the house again, looking for anything else that seemed out of place. That's when I noticed the kitchen window screen had been carefully cut and taped back together. The cut was so precise, so clean, that I'd never seen it before. Someone had been coming and going through that window, probably for weeks. The investigation stalled quickly. No fingerprints matched anyone in the system. The items from other victims couldn't be traced to specific cases. The prescription bottle contained common anxiety medication that could have belonged to anyone. but what bothered me most was something the detective mentioned in passing. 3 other houses in the area had reported similar break-ins over the past year. Nothing valuable stolen, just small personal items, food, clothing, toiletries. I started paying attention to my neighbors differently after that. The elderly man across the street who always seemed to be watching from his front window. The single mother next door whose teenage son had been acting strange lately, staying out late and coming home disheveled. The contractor who'd been working on renovations 2 blocks over and had access to empty houses. Sleep became impossible. Every sound made me freeze and listen. The house settling, the refrigerator humming, the heating system cycling on and off. But there were other sounds too. Sounds I'd been hearing for months without really registering them. A soft thud from below during the quiet hours. Muffled movements that I'd attributed to mice or settling floorboards. I hired a security company to install cameras and motion sensors, but the technician found something that made my blood run cold. Scratches around the crawlspace entrance that suggested it had been opened and closed repeatedly over an extended period. The wood was worn smooth in certain spots, like someone had been gripping it regularly. The technician showed me how the lock on the access panel had been tampered with, the mechanism carefully bent so it would appear closed while remaining functional. The bracelet haunted me. I kept thinking about the woman who'd worn it. Was she missing? Had she filed a police report about strange occurrences in her home? I started checking missing person reports, scanning social media for anyone who might have lost jewelry matching the description. The inscription was partially visible under magnification, just enough to make out what looked like a date and possibly initials. Detective Rodriguez called 3 weeks later. They'd found another crawlspace setup in a house across town. Same arrangement of stolen items, same methodical tally marks on the walls, but this time they'd found something else. A notebook filled with detailed observations about the families living above. Daily routines, work schedules, personal habits. Page after page of careful surveillance notes written in block letters. The handwriting analysis came back inconclusive. The notebook contained no DNA evidence, no fingerprints. Whoever was doing this knew how to avoid leaving traces. The notes revealed an intimate knowledge of multiple households, including details that could only come from extended observation. What they ate for breakfast, which television shows they watched, how they argued with their spouses, which nights they left lights on late. My own routine was documented in chilling detail. The time I usually went to bed, which rooms I spent the most time in, even my habit of leaving the kitchen light on when I couldn't sleep. Reading those observations felt like being dissected by a stranger who'd been studying me like a laboratory specimen. The investigation expanded to include a wider geographic area, but the pattern remained frustratingly consistent. Multiple homes invaded, personal items stolen, detailed surveillance conducted, but no clear motive and no viable suspects. The perpetrator seemed to move randomly, selecting houses based on criteria that weren't obvious to investigators. I started noticing things about my neighborhood that had been invisible before. How many houses sat empty during work hours, which residents traveled frequently, where the security cameras had blind spots. The more I observed, the more vulnerable everything seemed. Any house could be penetrated by someone patient enough, careful enough, invisible enough. The prescription bottle analysis finally yielded results. The medication had been recalled 2 years ago due to a manufacturing defect, which narrowed the timeline significantly. Someone had been holding onto that bottle for a long time, possibly someone who'd been prescribed the medication before the recall. The pharmacy records from that period became a new avenue of investigation. But then something shifted. The break-ins stopped. No new crawlspace discoveries, no additional stolen items reported. Detective Rodriguez theorized that the media attention had spooked whoever was responsible, forcing them to change tactics or relocate entirely. The case remained open but lost momentum as other investigations demanded attention. I moved out of that house eventually, but I never stopped thinking about those tally marks. Someone had been living beneath my feet, counting days, watching my life unfold from below. They knew my habits better than I knew them myself. They'd seen me at my most vulnerable, recorded my private moments, collected pieces of my existence like souvenirs. The bracelet was never claimed, the toy car remained unidentified. The notebook filled with observations was filed away as evidence in a case that might never be solved. But somewhere out there, someone is still watching, still counting, still collecting pieces of lives they'll never truly possess. I check every crawl space now in every place I've lived since. The musty smell still makes my stomach turn. The darkness still holds possibilities I don't want to consider, because I know now what most people refuse to acknowledge. The line between private and public, between safe and vulnerable, is thinner than we pretend. Someone is always watching. Someone is always keeping count. Crime 5, at first it was subtle, a blink out of sync, a tilt of the head that didn't match. I laughed it off, bad lighting, dirty glass, but then it smiled when I didn't, and one night it stayed behind when I walked away. I came back terrified and saw it still standing in the mirror, frozen, watching. I covered the glass, but it didn't help. My dreams started to blur, and I'd wake up standing in front of the mirror without remembering how I got there. The worst part. The reflection has a scar on its cheek. I don't. That's what I told the detective when she first questioned me. The words spilled out before I could stop them, and I watched her pen freeze above the notepad. She looked at me with those calculating eyes, the kind that have seen too much truth wrapped in lies. The apartment still smelled like her perfume when I moved in. Sweet vanilla with something sharper underneath, like metal left too long in water. The landlord mentioned the previous tenant had left suddenly, personal emergency, he said. Left most of her things behind, including that antique mirror in the bedroom, the one with the ornate silver frame that caught light in ways that made you look twice. I should have asked more questions then, should have wondered why someone would abandon a place so abruptly, leaving behind jewelry on the dresser, photos still stuck to the refrigerator, a half-finished cup of coffee growing mold on the kitchen counter. But the rent was cheap, and I needed cheap. The first night I caught myself staring at the mirror longer than necessary. There was something magnetic about it, the way it seemed to hold shadows even when the room was bright. I'd brush my teeth, and my eyes would drift to that glass, searching for something I couldn't name. The neighbors started talking after the second week. The woman downstairs mentioned hearing footsteps at odd hours, pacing back and forth across my bedroom floor, but I'm a heavy sleeper, always have been. I told her it must be the old building settling, pipes adjusting to temperature changes. Then I found the journal. It was wedged behind the radiator, pages yellowed and water-stained. The handwriting was careful, measured, like someone trying very hard to document everything precisely. The entries started normal enough. New apartment, new job, fresh start, but then the tone shifted. The mirror shows things that aren't there, one entry read. Or maybe it shows things that are there but shouldn't be. I should have stopped reading, should have thrown the journal away and forgotten about it. Instead, I found myself staying up late, turning pages that felt damp under my fingers, reading about sleepwalking episodes and dreams that felt more real than waking life. The previous tenant, let's call her Sarah, had started documenting everything. Every strange reflection, every moment of lost time, Every morning she woke up with dirt under her fingernails despite never going outside after dark. The final entries became increasingly frantic, words pressed so hard into the paper they tore through in places. It's not me in there anymore, it's someone else wearing my face. That's when I started paying closer attention to my own reflection. At first, everything seemed normal, but gradually I began to notice the small discrepancies Sarah had written about. A smile that lingered a second too long, eyes that seemed to track movement I hadn't made, the scar that appeared on my reflection's cheek, thin and precise, like someone had drawn it with a scalpel. I touched my own face repeatedly, running fingers over smooth skin, but the reflection's scar never faded. The detective's questions became more pointed during our second meeting. Had I known the previous tenant, had we ever met, the way she asked made my chest tighten. There was something she wasn't telling me, something that made her watch my hands when I spoke, made her take notes about things that seemed irrelevant. That's when she showed me the photograph. Sarah's body had been found 3 blocks away, in an alley behind a restaurant that had been closed for renovations. The cause of death was listed as accidental, a fall from the fire escape above, but the detective's eyes suggested she had doubts about that conclusion. She had injuries that didn't match the fall, the detective said, sliding the file across the table. Defensive wounds on her hands, scratches that looked self-inflicted, but in patterns that didn't make sense. I stared at the crime scene photos, at Sarah's face frozen in that final moment. She looked terrified, but not of falling. She looked like someone who had seen something impossible, something that had shattered her understanding of reality. The scar on her cheek was identical to the one I saw in my reflection every morning. That night I couldn't bring myself to look at the mirror directly. Instead, I positioned myself so I could see it in my peripheral vision, watching for movement that didn't match my own. The silence in the apartment felt heavy, pregnant with secrets the walls had absorbed but refused to release. I started researching the building's history, digging through property records and newspaper archives. What I found made my hands shake as I scrolled through decades of missing person reports and unexplained deaths. Always women, always young, always found within a few blocks of the building. Each victim had lived in my apartment at some point. The pattern went back further than I had expected, cases scattered across 40 years. Different investigators, different conclusions, but always the same strange details in the margins of the reports. Sleep disorders, complaints about mirrors, neighbors hearing footsteps when the apartment should have been empty. I called the detective, but she didn't sound surprised when I shared what I discovered. We've been watching that building for years, she admitted, but every time we get close to understanding what's happening, the trail goes cold, witnesses disappear, evidence gets contaminated. It's like something is actively working against us. She paused, and I could hear papers rustling in the background. The mirror you mentioned, the antique one, we found records of it being sold and resold repeatedly over the past century, always to young women living alone, always recovered from their apartments after they disappeared. My blood felt cold as the implications settled in. "Where is it now?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. According to our records, it should be in evidence storage, but when we went to check last week, the storage room was empty. Someone had cleaned it out completely, taken everything related to these cases. I hung up and walked to the bedroom, drawn by a compulsion I couldn't resist. The mirror sat in its usual place, reflecting the room with perfect clarity. but for just a moment I could swear I saw movement in the silver depths, a figure that wasn't quite me raising its hand in a gesture I hadn't made. The reflection smiled, and this time I felt my own lips curve upward without my permission. That was when I understood. The mirror wasn't showing me a different version of myself. It was showing me who I was becoming, who I had always been destined to become. The scar on the reflection's cheek wasn't a prediction. It was a memory of something that had already happened in a timeline where I had made different choices. I picked up Sarah's journal and read the final entry one more time. The woman in the mirror isn't a reflection. She's the original. We're just copies, walking around in borrowed bodies, living borrowed lives until it's time to return to where we belong. The detective called back that evening, but I let it go to voicemail. Her voice sounded distant, professional, as she explained that they had found new evidence in Sarah's case. DNA that didn't match any known databases. Fingerprints that seemed to change pattern when examined under different lighting conditions. I deleted the message and covered the mirror with a sheet. But covering it didn't stop the pull I felt toward it, didn't stop the dreams where I walked through silvered corridors toward something that looked like home. And it didn't stop me from waking up each morning with dirt under my fingernails, though I couldn't remember going outside. The building is quiet now. The neighbors have stopped complaining about footsteps. The detective hasn't called back. And sometimes, late at night, I catch myself wondering if I'm still the person who moved into this apartment, or if I'm someone else entirely, someone who has been waiting patiently for the right moment to step out of the glass and reclaim what was always mine. The scar on my cheek is barely visible in normal lighting, but under the right conditions, it shows clearly. A thin line that tells a story I'm not sure I'm ready to remember. But the mirror remembers everything. Crime 6, the house next door was empty for months, then suddenly rented. A moving truck came, but no one unloaded it. It sat in the driveway for days. At night, I saw lights flicker in the windows, but during the day, the blinds were always drawn, the yard untouched. I got curious and knocked on their door, no answer. I looked through a crack in the curtain. The inside was spotless, too spotless, no furniture. Just rows of photographs pinned to the wall, all of them taken from angles that pointed directly at my home. I turned to leave. A photo fluttered from under their doormat. It was me, sleeping. The weight of that photograph in my hands felt heavier than paper should. The image was crisp, taken through what must have been my bedroom window. The angle was perfect, professional almost. I could see myself in peaceful sleep, unaware that someone had been watching, documenting, preparing. I should have called the police right then. Instead, I found myself studying every detail of that photograph. The timestamp in the corner showed it was taken recently, just days after the moving truck had arrived. My bedside lamp was on, casting the same warm glow I remembered from that particular evening when I had fallen asleep reading. The house remained silent behind me as I walked back to my own front door, but the silence felt different now, charged with an awareness that made my skin crawl. Every step on the gravel seemed amplified, echoing in the space between our homes like a countdown to something I couldn't yet understand. Inside my house, I locked every door and checked every window twice. The photograph lay on my kitchen table, face down, but I could feel its presence like a weight pressing against my chest. I made coffee with shaking hands, the familiar ritual failing to calm the storm building in my mind. The moving truck was still there the next morning, untouched. No workers, no activity, just that massive vehicle sitting like a monument to intentions never fulfilled. I watched from my window as the morning sun cast long shadows across both our properties. The contrast was stark, my yard with its lived-in imperfections, theirs pristine and untouched as if waiting for something that would never come. I decided to investigate the rental history. The property management company was helpful enough, though they seemed confused by my questions. They confirmed the house had been rented to a single individual who had paid 6 months in advance, cash, with impeccable references. The tenant had requested complete privacy and had specifically asked about the sight lines to neighboring properties. That detail made my blood run cold. Someone had chosen this house specifically because of its view into mine. The references led nowhere. Phone numbers that went to voicemail boxes with generic messages, addresses that existed but had no connection to the name on the lease. It was as if someone had constructed an entire false identity just to gain access to the house next door. I started paying closer attention to the small details around my own home, marks in the dirt beneath my windows that hadn't been there before. A faint chemical smell that lingered in my backyard some mornings, sharp and antiseptic, like the scent of cleaning supplies used to erase evidence. The photographs in that empty house haunted my thoughts. There had been dozens of them, all capturing different moments of my daily routine. Me in my kitchen making breakfast, me working in my garden, me sitting on my porch reading the newspaper. The methodical documentation of a life observed without consent. I began to notice other things. My mail arrived later than usual, sometimes with slight creases as if it had been carefully opened and resealed. Items in my house seemed to shift position subtly. A book moved from one side of the table to the other, a coffee mug placed in a different cabinet than where I remembered leaving it. The realization crept in slowly, like cold water rising around my ankles. Someone had been inside my house, not recently, but regularly. The photographs were just the beginning, proof of a surveillance operation that had been running longer than I had initially understood. I installed cameras, changed my locks, even considered moving entirely. But something kept me anchored to this place, a stubborn need to understand what was happening and why I had been chosen as the subject of this elaborate observation. The moving truck disappeared one night without warning. I woke to find the driveway empty, no tire tracks, no indication of where it had gone or who had taken it. The house stood vacant once again, but now it felt different, not empty, expectant. I contacted the property management company again. They were surprised to hear from me. According to their records, the lease had been terminated and the deposit forfeited. The tenant had simply vanished, leaving no forwarding address, no explanation, nothing but clean walls and the lingering scent of that sharp chemical smell. The police were polite but unhelpful. Without evidence of an actual crime, there was little they could do. The photographs had been taken from a public space, technically legal. The lease had been paid in full. No laws had been broken, at least none that could be proven. But I knew better. I had become the unwitting subject of something far more complex than simple voyeurism. The methodical nature of the surveillance, the false identity, the careful documentation, these pointed to something professional, organized, purposeful. I started researching similar cases, diving deep into online forums and police reports from other jurisdictions. The pattern was always the same: a mysterious tenant, surveillance equipment, detailed documentation of the target's daily routine, then a sudden disappearance leaving no trace. Some of the victims reported later incidents, identity theft, strange encounters with people who knew too much about their personal lives Relationships that soured after intimate details were somehow leaked to the wrong people. The surveillance wasn't the end goal, it was preparation for something else. The truth I discovered was worse than random criminal activity. These weren't isolated incidents, but part of a larger network, a service that could be purchased by anyone with enough money and a desire to know everything about another person's life. Ex-spouses seeking leverage in custody battles, business competitors looking for insider information, people with grudges that ran deep enough to justify months of professional surveillance. I never found out who had paid for my observation or what they intended to do with the information they had gathered. The investigation led to dead ends and shell companies that dissolved as quickly as they had been formed. But I understood now that I had been marked, catalogued, and filed away in someone's collection of human intelligence. The house next door was rented again within a month. This time a family with children moved in, their moving truck actually unloaded, their lives genuinely lived within those walls. But I couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere in a file cabinet or database, detailed photographs of my most private moments were being stored, waiting for someone to find a use for them. I still check my locks twice each night. I still notice when items in my house are moved. And sometimes, when the light hits the windows of that house just right, I can almost see the shadows of those photographs pinned to the walls, a reminder that privacy is an illusion and that being watched has become the price of existing in a world where information is the most valuable currency. The moving truck never came back, but I know now that it never really left. It just found a different driveway, a different target, a different life to document and file away. The business of watching continues, and somewhere else, someone is discovering that their most private moments have become someone else's commodity. Crime 7, he refused to go into the guest room, barked at the door, growled at the vents, scratched at the floorboards. I thought he was just getting old, maybe losing it. Then I noticed the faint smell, metallic, rotten. The room was colder than the rest of the house. I decided to pull up the carpet. Underneath was a trapdoor. I had never seen it before. The hinges were rusted shut. It took me an hour to get it open. What I found was a small, dirt-lined chamber, chains bolted to the walls. A broken camera and a name etched into the wood. Not mine, but my dog stopped barking after that. He just stared, and then he disappeared. I should have called the police right away. Instead, I stood there, flashlight trembling in my hand, staring at that name carved deep into the rotting wood. The letters were uneven, desperate, like someone had scratched them with their fingernails. The chamber was barely big enough for a person to crouch in. The chains were new, still bright against the rust-stained walls. Fresh scratches marked the dirt floor. I bought this house from an estate sale. The previous owner died alone, no family. The realtor said he was a quiet man kept to himself. I never thought to ask more questions. The price was too good to pass up. Now I understood why. The broken camera bothered me most. Modern, digital, not something from decades ago. The memory card was missing, but the lens was cracked like someone had thrown it against the wall. I picked it up with shaking hands. The serial number was still visible. Back upstairs, I searched online. The camera model was only 2 years old. My blood turned cold. This wasn't some relic from the past. Someone had been using this room recently. Very recently. I called the police. They came, took photos, bagged evidence. The detective was professional but distant. He told me they'd investigate, but his tone suggested this was just another weird thing people found in old houses. He didn't seem concerned about the timeline I was trying to explain. The chains, the camera, the fresh scratches. That night I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house made me jump. I kept thinking about my dog. He'd been acting strange for weeks before he disappeared, not just avoiding the guest room. He'd started following me everywhere, never leaving my side, like he was trying to protect me from something. I began researching the previous owner. His name was in the public records, lived here for 15 years. No criminal history I could find, but I did find something else. Missing persons reports. 3 people had vanished from the area over the past 5 years. All young, all alone, all without a trace. The first was a college student who never made it home from work. The second, a hitchhiker passing through town. The third disappeared just 6 months ago, a runaway who'd been staying at a shelter downtown. The police had no leads on any of them. I printed their photos from the news articles, stared at their faces until my eyes burned. They all had the same look, that soft vulnerability that predators recognize, the kind of people who wouldn't be missed right away. I started having dreams about the chamber. In them, I could hear voices echoing from below the floorboards, muffled sounds like someone calling for help. I'd wake up in cold sweats, running downstairs to check the guest room. The trapdoor was always sealed with police tape, but I could swear I heard movement underneath. The detective called a week later. They'd found DNA evidence in the chamber, but no matches in the system. The case was ongoing, he said, but they had no suspects. The previous owner was dead. Case closed, essentially. He suggested I might want to seal the room permanently, maybe put in new flooring. But I couldn't let it go. I drove to the shelter where the last victim had stayed, talked to the staff, showed them the photo. One worker remembered her well, said she'd been planning to leave town, had mentioned meeting someone who offered her a ride, an older man with a kind face, someone she trusted. The description matched the previous owner perfectly. I went back to the house that night with a crowbar. The police tape was just paper. I needed to see that chamber again, needed to understand what had happened there. The smell hit me as soon as I opened the trapdoor. Stronger now, more concentrated, but there was something else. Fresh air moving through the space, like there was another way in or out. I crawled down with my flashlight. The chamber was smaller than I remembered, the walls pressing in around me. But in the back corner, hidden behind where the chains hung, I found it. A narrow tunnel, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. It led away from the house, toward the woods behind the property. My hands were shaking as I followed the tunnel. It opened into a natural depression in the earth, covered by fallen logs and brush, camouflaged perfectly. This was how he'd moved them, how he'd brought them to the house without anyone seeing. I crawled back through, my mind racing. The previous owner hadn't just killed those people. He'd planned it, prepared for it. The chamber was just the beginning. There had to be more evidence, more victims. The police had given up too easily. I spent the next day going through every inch of the house, looking for anything they might have missed. In the basement, behind the water heater, I found a metal box. Inside were driver's licenses, jewelry, personal items, trophies from at least 8 different people. Far more than the 3 missing persons cases I'd found. The reality hit me like a physical blow. This wasn't just about 3 people. This was a serial killer who'd been operating for years, maybe decades, and the police had no idea. I called the detective again, told him about the tunnel, the box, everything. He sounded annoyed, like I was wasting his time. Said they'd already processed the scene thoroughly, but I knew they hadn't. They'd seen what they expected to see and stopped looking. That night I heard the sounds again, not dreams this time. I was wide awake, sitting in my kitchen when the scratching started, coming from below the guest room floor. Rhythmic, desperate, like fingernails on wood. I grabbed a hammer and ran upstairs, ripped away the police tape and threw open the trapdoor. The chamber was empty, but the scratching continued. It was coming from the tunnel. Someone was down there trying to get out. I crawled through the tunnel faster than I'd ever moved, my heart pounding so hard I could barely breathe. When I reached the opening in the woods, I found nothing, just disturbed earth and the lingering smell of fear. But in the dirt I saw them, fresh footprints leading away into the darkness. Someone had been using this tunnel recently. The previous owner was dead, but someone else knew about this place. Someone else was continuing his work. I called the police again, but they wouldn't come. Said I was imagining things, that grief and shock could make people see things that weren't there. But I knew what I'd seen, what I'd heard. This wasn't over. I moved out the next day, couldn't spend another night in that house, but I kept the key to the guest room, kept thinking about those faces in the missing persons reports, about the scratching sounds in the tunnel, about my dog who'd tried to warn me and paid the price. Because I never found his body, never found any trace of him after he disappeared, and sometimes, late at night, I wonder if he's still down there somewhere, still trying to protect me from whatever's coming next. Crime 8, I was walking past a corkboard outside a grocery store when I saw it. A faded poster, slightly torn, taped to the edge. It showed a face, my face, or at least someone who looked exactly like me. Same jawline, same scar above the eyebrow. The description listed a different height, a different hometown, but the photo, I couldn't unsee it. I called the number, disconnected. I searched the name listed. No results. The next day the poster was gone, replaced with a new one, different photo. Still me, but this time the description matched perfectly, except for one detail. Last seen walking away from her own apartment, never returned. The paper felt rough between my fingers as I tore it down. My hands shook as I folded it into my jacket pocket. The woman behind the customer service counter watched me through the glass, her expression unreadable. When I approached her, she looked away, suddenly busy with paperwork that hadn't been there moments before. At home, I spread the poster across my kitchen table. The fluorescent light above buzzed, casting harsh shadows across the image. It was definitely me, but the quality was strange, too sharp in some places, blurred in others, like it had been assembled from multiple sources. I traced the outline of my face with my finger, feeling the texture of the cheap paper. It smelled faintly of cigarettes and something else I couldn't place, something metallic. I called the police department. The officer who answered sounded tired, distracted. When I explained what I'd found, there was a long pause. "Can you describe the poster again?" he asked. I read every detail, every word. Another pause. "We have no record of any missing person matching that description. Are you sure about what you saw?" The certainty in my voice surprised me. I was sure. I took photos of the poster with my phone, then scanned every inch of it under a magnifying glass I'd found in my junk drawer. In the bottom corner, barely visible, was a small mark, not printed, hand-drawn, a circle with a line through it. I'd seen that symbol before, but couldn't remember where. That night I dreamed of walking through empty streets, past identical grocery stores with identical corkboards. Each one held a poster with my face, but the details kept changing. Different clothes, different hair, different stories of disappearance. In the dream, I kept trying to tear them down, but they multiplied faster than I could remove them. I woke to find my apartment door slightly ajar. I never left it unlocked, never left it open. The chain was still fastened, but the main lock was undone. I checked every room, every closet, every space where someone could hide. Nothing was missing. Nothing was out of place except the poster. It was gone from my kitchen table. The next morning I returned to the grocery store. The corkboard was empty except for a single thumbtack in the center. The woman behind the customer service counter was different, younger, with nervous eyes that darted away when I looked at her. When I asked about the missing person posters, she claimed she'd never seen any. We don't allow those kinds of postings, she said, but her voice wavered. I began visiting other grocery stores, other bulletin boards throughout the area. Library community boards, coffee shop windows, laundromat walls, always looking for that face, my face, staring back at me. Most of the time I found nothing, but occasionally in the corner of my vision I would catch a glimpse of familiar features before they disappeared. A man at the library approached me while I was studying a community board. He was thin, with calloused hands and the kind of tired eyes that suggested he'd seen too much. "You're looking for the posters," he said. It wasn't a question. When I nodded, he glanced around nervously. They moved them, different locations, different times, always the same face though. He handed me a folded piece of paper. It was a list of addresses, written in careful handwriting. "She's been missing for months," he whispered, "but they keep changing the story. Sometimes she's a runaway, sometimes she's a victim, sometimes she just vanished." He paused, studying my face. "You really look like her." I followed the addresses on the list: convenience stores, community centers, bus stops. At each location I found evidence of removed posters, small tears in bulletin boards, residual adhesive, thumbtack holes, but no actual posters. It was as if someone was always one step ahead of me, removing them just before I arrived. At the fourth location I found something different. A bulletin board with a fresh poster, but this time it wasn't my face. It was a man roughly my age with kind eyes and a gentle smile. The description was eerily similar to the ones I'd seen of myself. Last seen leaving work, never returned home. I studied the photo closely. There was something familiar about him, something that made my chest tighten with recognition I couldn't quite place. I took the poster and brought it to the thin man at the library. When he saw it, his face went pale. "That's him," he said quietly. "He was asking about the posters too, about the woman who looked like you." He looked up at me with frightened eyes. "That was 2 weeks ago. Haven't seen him since." The realization hit me slowly, like cold water seeping through fabric. Someone was documenting people who investigated these posters. Someone was watching us, following us, making us disappear, and then using our faces to lure others into the same trap. I started paying attention to my surroundings in a way I never had before. The same car parked outside my apartment on different days. The same person browsing the same aisle at the grocery store. Footsteps behind me that stopped when I stopped, resumed when I walked. My phone began receiving calls from numbers that didn't exist when I tried to call them back. One evening I found a new poster on my own apartment door. It was my face again, but this time the description was different. "Last seen investigating missing person posters, believed to be in danger." At the bottom, in small print, was a phone number. I recognized it immediately. It was my own. I called the number from a payphone. My own voicemail picked up, but the greeting was different. A voice that sounded like mine but wasn't mine said, "If you're calling about the posters, stop looking. Some questions don't have answers that people are meant to find." The next morning I went to the grocery store where this all began. The corkboard was full of missing person posters again, but none of them showed my face. Instead, they showed the faces of people I'd seen around town: the nervous woman from customer service, the thin man from the library, others I'd encountered in my investigation. All of them listed as missing, all of them last seen asking questions about posters. I understand now why the stories kept changing, why the details never matched. It wasn't about finding missing people, it was about creating them. Someone was building a collection, and we were all just photographs waiting to be posted. The only question left is whether I'm the hunter or the hunted, whether I'm the one putting up the posters or the one about to disappear. Tonight I'm going to find out which. Crime 9, I locked myself out, called a local locksmith. He arrived, took one look at the door and stepped back, said something about bad feeling, refused to touch it. I laughed, offered more money, but he just shook his head and drove off. I forced it open myself. Everything inside looked the same, except the hallway felt longer, darker. The shadows clung to the corners like oil. I walked toward the kitchen, and that's when I noticed it. The living room door was slightly ajar. I never closed that door. I opened it and found an exact replica of my kitchen, down to the cereal box on the counter. But the back door was wide open, and muddy footprints led inside. The prints were fresh, size 11 boots, heavy tread pattern. I followed them through my house like a detective in my own life. They led from the back door, through the kitchen, up the stairs, and stopped at my bedroom. The door was closed. I never closed my bedroom door during the day. My hands shook as I turned the handle. The room looked untouched, but something was wrong. The smell hit me first, earthy, damp, like soil after rain. My dresser drawers were slightly open, each one pulled out exactly 2 inches. Professional, methodical. Someone had been searching for something specific. I called the police. The officer who responded was young, eager. He examined the muddy prints, took photos, dusted for fingerprints on the drawers, found nothing useful. The mud contained no identifying characteristics. The fingerprints belonged to me and a few friends who had visited recently. He suggested I change the locks, maybe install a security system. But I kept thinking about the locksmith. His reaction had been visceral, immediate, like he recognized something I couldn't see. I found his business card in my junk drawer and called back. A woman answered. When I mentioned the address, she went quiet. Was it the old man who came out? Yes, why? He's been doing this for 40 years, never refuses a job. She gave me his personal number. When I called, he answered on the first ring, as if he'd been waiting. That house, he said before I could explain. Something happened there, something bad. We met at a coffee shop across town. He was smaller than I remembered, weathered hands wrapped around a steaming mug. His eyes kept darting to the windows, like he expected someone to be watching. I've seen houses like that before, he began. Houses where the shadows don't fall right, where the air feels thick. Your place, it's got that feeling, like death never quite left. He told me about a case from years ago, a family in a similar house. The father had disappeared one winter, leaving behind muddy footprints and open drawers. The police investigation went nowhere. But the locksmith remembered changing those locks 3 times before the family moved out. Each time someone had gotten in. Each time the same methodical search pattern. Did they ever find the father? He shook his head, but they found others in the basement of an abandoned house 2 miles away, been dead for months. I felt my coffee go cold in my hands. Others. 7 people, all reported missing over the course of 2 years. All had one thing in common: someone had been in their homes before they disappeared. Same pattern, muddy prints, searched drawers, that smell you mentioned. The old man leaned forward. Your house, it's not random. Someone's been watching you, learning your routines. The break-in was reconnaissance. I drove home in a daze. Every car behind me felt like surveillance. Every pedestrian looked suspicious. I parked in my driveway and stared at my front door, remembering how the locksmith had stepped back from it like it was radioactive. Inside, I went straight to the basement. I'd never spent much time down there, just storage boxes and old furniture. But now I examined every corner with new eyes. The concrete floor was clean, too clean, recently scrubbed, and in the far corner behind a stack of boxes, I found something that made my blood freeze. A small hole in the foundation wall, fresh concrete around the edges, not yet fully cured. Someone had been digging recently. I called the police again. This time they sent a detective. She was thorough, professional. She examined the hole, took samples of the concrete, interviewed neighbors, but her questions began to feel pointed, accusatory. "You live alone?" "Well, yes." "Anyone else have keys to the house?" "Just my sister, but she lives across the country." "When did you first notice the muddy footprints?" I told her about coming home after the locksmith incident. She made notes, but her expression remained skeptical. "The thing is," she said, closing her notebook, "we canvassed the neighborhood. Nobody saw a locksmith that day. No service calls were logged to this address." My mouth went dry. "That's impossible. I have his business card." She examined the card I handed her. This company went out of business 5 years ago. The walls of my house seemed to close in. The detective continued her questions, but her voice sounded distant, muffled. Who had I called that day? Who had I met at the coffee shop? The business card in my hand felt foreign, like evidence of a crime I couldn't remember committing. After she left, I sat in my living room, staring at the muddy footprints on my carpet. They were still there, still fresh, but now I noticed something I'd missed before. The prints weren't consistent. Some were deeper than others. Some faced different directions, as if they'd been made at different times, by different people. Or by the same person, returning again and again. I went upstairs to my bedroom and opened those drawers that had been pulled out exactly 2 inches. Inside, everything looked normal, but as I pushed them closed, I felt resistance. Something was stuck in the back. I pulled the drawer completely out and found a small recording device, still warm to the touch. The memory card contained hours of audio. My voice, my phone conversations, my movements through the house. Someone had been listening to my life for weeks, maybe months, and in the background of every recording, I could hear breathing that wasn't mine. The last file was dated yesterday, after I'd met with the locksmith who didn't exist, after I'd called the police, after I'd discovered the hole in my basement. In this recording, I could hear myself walking through the house, examining the evidence, making phone calls. But underneath my voice was another sound, footsteps, someone moving through my house while I was in it, staying just out of sight. And then, clear as daylight, I heard my own voice saying something I never remembered saying. "The hole is finished. We can move them tonight." I played the recording again. The voice was unmistakably mine, but the words felt alien, impossible. Had I been sleepwalking? Had someone edited the audio? Or was there something happening in this house that my conscious mind refused to acknowledge? The detective called the next morning. They'd found something in the abandoned house the locksmith had mentioned. 7 bodies, just like he'd said. But when they cross-referenced the missing persons reports, they found an 8th name on the list. Someone who'd never been found. Someone whose house had shown the same pattern of muddy footprints and searched drawers. My name. Story 10. In the quiet stillness of a forgotten house, a phone call echoed through time. It wasn't just any call, it was a whisper from beyond, a desperate plea that sent shivers down Detective Morgan Reed's spine. The voice belonged to a woman trapped in the shadows of the past, her words a haunting mystery. He's here. And then silence enveloped the empty rooms, leaving only the faint hum of static in its wake. The abandoned property, once a sanctuary for the Sullivan family, now stood as a silent witness to the unknown. Dust settled like memories, coating the surfaces in a veil of neglect. Detective Reed found herself drawn to the kitchen, where the phone lay innocently on the counter, its screen glowing with an otherworldly light. It was as if time had stood still, capturing a moment that defied explanation. As Detective Reed played back the recording, the whisper echoed once more, carrying with it a sense of urgency and fear that tugged at her heart. The Sullivan family's tragic history loomed over the investigation like a specter, their past tragedies woven into the very fabric of the house. A background check revealed a chilling truth: the number belonged to Catherine Sullivan, a woman long gone from this world. Her presence lingered in the air, her voice reaching out from the shadows of the past. But how could a dead woman's phone make a call from a place frozen in time? The forensic team scoured the house for clues, but the answers remained elusive. No fingerprints, no footprints, no signs of intrusion. The phone itself seemed to defy logic, as if it had materialized out of thin air to deliver its cryptic message. The recording, those 11 seconds frozen in time, became a beacon of hope in a sea of uncertainty. Voice analysis confirmed the impossible: Catherine's voice, speaking from beyond the grave with an eerie familiarity that sent chills down Detective Reed's spine. Interviews with those who knew Catherine revealed a web of secrets and lies, each thread leading back to a man named Mark Jennings. His alibi held tight, his words a shield against the accusations that swirled around him like a gathering storm. But the truth, like a buried treasure, lay waiting to be unearthed. A journal hidden away in the depths of Catherine's past held the key to unlocking the mystery. In its pages, the story unfolded a tale of love turned to fear, of a woman's desperate struggle for freedom. Mark's facade crumbled under the weight of the evidence, his lies unraveling like a tapestry of deceit. The truth, buried beneath layers of deception, emerged like a phoenix from the ashes. Ground-penetrating radar revealed a dark secret, a phone hidden in the earth like a silent witness to a crime long forgotten. Catherine's final moments, captured in deleted texts and forensic evidence, painted a picture of betrayal and tragedy. As the walls closed in on Mark, his facade crumbled like dust, revealing the monster that lurked beneath. His twisted games, his manipulations, all laid bare in the harsh light of truth. Justice, elusive and fleeting, finally caught up to him, bringing closure to a story that had haunted Detective Reed for so long. And as the phone from the abandoned house sat silent in the evidence locker, a whisper of wind seemed to echo through the halls. Catherine's voice, a ghostly echo of the past, a reminder that even in death her story would not be silenced. For victims, like shadows in the night, find a way to speak their truth, to shine a light on the darkness that once consumed them. Story 11. In the stillness of the night, a discovery was made in the attic of a Victorian house, a place where secrets lingered beneath the dusty veil of time. Hidden beneath a worn blanket lay a porcelain doll, its features weathered by age, its blue eyes glistening with a mysterious allure. Sarah and Michael, the new owners of the house, stumbled upon this forgotten treasure, its presence invoking a sense of intrigue that danced on the edge of their consciousness. At first they dismissed the doll as just another relic of the past, a silent observer of bygone days. But as darkness descended and the world hushed into slumber, a subtle shift occurred. A heaviness settled in the air, a quiet unease that tiptoed through the corridors of the old house. And when morning dawned, the doll was no longer nestled in the attic shadows. It had found its way to the foot of Sarah and Michael's bed, a silent sentinel in the dim light of dawn. Sarah and Michael had been drawn to the house by its ornate beauty and enigmatic history, unaware of the tangled web of stories woven into its very foundation. Detective Rachel Winters, a seeker of truths in the shadows, was called to unravel a mystery that defied logic and reason. The scene she encountered was a chilling tableau of fear and precision, a woman posed like a delicate figurine, a man frozen in a silent scream of desperation. As Detective Winters delved into the past of the house, she unearthed a tapestry of eerie coincidences and unexplained phenomena. Whispers of shadows seen dancing in empty rooms, echoes of laughter that should not exist, and a trail of vintage fibers that whispered of a presence long forgotten. The threads of the investigation led her to a dark chapter in the house's history, where a doll-maker's creations held secrets that transcended the realm of the living. Each victim of the house had unwittingly become entwined in a macabre dance with the past, their fates sealed by their interactions with the attic space. Sarah and Michael, in their innocence, had set in motion a chain of events that echoed through time, connecting them to the tragic legacy of the doll-maker and his creations. As the investigation deepened, a portrait emerged of a man consumed by the desire to breathe life into his creations, to infuse them with a spark of the divine that bordered on the forbidden. The doll found by Sarah and Michael was not merely an inanimate object, it was a vessel for something ancient and restless, a conduit for energies beyond comprehension. The truth, when it revealed itself, was as elusive as a ghostly whisper in the night. The dollmaker's legacy lived on in the whispers of the wind, in the shadows that danced at the edge of vision. Detective Winters, haunted by the echoes of the past, made a decision that would alter the course of her own story, a choice to lock away the photograph of the dollmaker, to seal the secrets within its sepia tones. And so the house passed into new hands, its history a whispered rumor among the curious and the cautious. The attic remained untouched, a silent witness to the mysteries that lay buried within its walls. And on nights when the world held its breath, a faint laughter could be heard drifting from the shadows, a reminder of a tale that defied explanation and lingered in the realm of dreams. Story 12. She wiped the steam off the mirror, gazing at her reflection. Everything appeared normal, her features familiar, her attire unchanged. Yet a subtle disquiet crept in as she continued to peer at her own image. A flicker caught in the corner of her eye, a movement that seemed out of place. When she looked away, her reflection remained fixed, observing. This marked the beginning of the enigma surrounding Rebecca Thorne. What unfolded would baffle investigators and cast a shadow over the community for years to come. Rebecca resided alone in a humble apartment nestled in a serene suburban enclave. Known for her meticulous nature and reserved demeanor, she led a solitary existence, maintaining polite interactions with her neighbors. Working as a data analyst for a mid-sized firm, her days were governed by routine and precision. There was nothing in her demeanor to suggest she would be thrust into the heart of one of the most perplexing criminal inquiries in years. The initial signs were subtle. Objects within her home seemed slightly askew, nothing missing, just subtly rearranged. A mug shifted to a different shelf, books reorganized, her toothbrush misplaced. Initially dismissing these anomalies as lapses in memory, Rebecca attributed them to the strain of long hours scrutinizing spreadsheets under harsh fluorescent lights. Detective Marion Shaw received the first formal complaint when Rebecca, after enduring weeks of these disturbances, finally reached out to the authorities. Initially deemed non-criminal, the incidents were viewed as potential indicators of mental health concerns rather than criminal activity. Shaw recorded the report but cataloged it among the lower priority cases. There was no tangible evidence, Shaw later recalled. No signs of forced entry, no missing items, just a woman feeling unsettled in her own home. The pivotal moment arrived with the incident in the bathroom mirror. During her subsequent interaction with the police, Rebecca recounted the episode in vivid detail, the disconcerting sensation of her reflection moving independently, the persistent feeling of being watched even in solitude. This time she had proof, footage from a security camera she had installed, aimed at her front entrance. The recording unveiled a chilling truth that sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned officers. It depicted Rebecca departing for work in the morning, followed 20 minutes later by someone identical in appearance using a key to enter her apartment. Forensic scrutiny of the footage revealed no signs of alteration or manipulation. The individual mirrored Rebecca's movements, attire, and even carried her distinctive leather bag. However, timestamps from her workplace security system confirmed that Rebecca was already present at her office across town. "We are facing a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw informed her superiors. "An individual who has meticulously studied Ms. Thorne and can replicate her with uncanny precision." The investigation escalated as fingerprints throughout the apartment matched solely with Rebecca's, and no foreign DNA was detected. Neighbors attested to seeing nothing amidst just Rebecca's usual comings and goings. Mrs. Keller, a neighbor, mentioned a peculiar encounter when she greeted Rebecca upon her return one evening, but received no response, an anomaly she found noteworthy yet not alarming. Rebecca commenced documenting the disturbances in a journal. Minor alterations within her home escalated, food vanished from her fridge, unexplained searches appeared on her computer, and unsettlingly, she discovered selfies on her phone that she had no recollection of capturing. In some images, her expression seemed subtly awry, her smile too wide, her gaze too intense. "I feel as though I am losing my mind," she confided to Detective Shaw during their subsequent meeting. "Or perhaps someone is orchestrating this illusion." The breakthrough materialized when investigators discerned a pattern in the security footage. The doppelganger only intruded when Rebecca departed for specific engagements, therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery trips, predetermined activities with foreseeable durations. "An individual well acquainted with your routine," Shaw elucidated. "This is no random occurrence. It is a meticulously planned surveillance and infiltration." A forensic psychologist posited that they were dealing with a fixation case, an individual fixated on assuming Rebecca's identity, perhaps with the ultimate intent of supplanting her entirely. Though rare, such cases were documented in psychological literature. Typically, the perpetrator experienced a psychological rupture and fixated on a victim who symbolized something they yearned for: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The investigation narrowed its focus when Rebecca mentioned a former co-worker, Lily Winters, who had been terminated due to escalating erratic behavior. Lily had closely collaborated with Rebecca, often remarking on their resemblances. Post-dismissal, she had dispatched a series of disconcerting emails to Rebecca, one suggesting, "We could be one and the same. At times, I feel more like you than you do." Detective Shaw secured a warrant to search Lily's residence. The revelations within transformed the case from perturbing to chilling. A room in Lily's abode had been transformed into a shrine-like replication of Rebecca's bedroom. The walls were adorned with countless images of Rebecca entering her apartment, shopping, socializing, captures taken unbeknownst to her. A closet harbored replicas of Rebecca's attire, while a makeup assortment matching Rebecca's preferences sat on a vanity, alongside intricate notes on her mannerisms, speech patterns, and daily routines. Particularly unsettling were the practice recordings. Lily had documented herself mimicking Rebecca's gait, gestures, and expressions. The progression was evident: initial attempts clumsy and conspicuous, later iterations nearly indistinguishable from the authentic Rebecca. "She aspired to be me," Rebecca murmured upon viewing the evidence. "It was not mere imitation. She sought to obliterate me." Forensic experts unearthed sophisticated tools for forging keys, and replicating electronic access cards. Lily had upheld an elaborate system for monitoring Rebecca's movements, including a meticulously detailed calendar predicting her schedule. The investigative team remained puzzled by Lily's ultimate objective. Journals discovered in her residence contained disjointed entries alternating between first and third person, occasionally referring to Rebecca as me and her within the same passage. The final entry sent shivers down their spines. Soon, only one of us shall endure. The stronger entity shall prevail. Upon the authorities' move to apprehend Lily, she had vanished without a trace. Her deserted dwelling bore signs of abrupt departure, drawers ajar, select technology absent. A nationwide alert was issued, and Rebecca was relocated to a secure setting under continuous surveillance. For 3 weeks, every location linked to her previous life was vigilantly monitored. Lily remained elusive. The case took a disquieting turn when a security officer at Rebecca's former workplace reported an anomaly. Despite being on leave, Rebecca was purportedly observed entering the building. Subsequent security footage confirmed the account. An individual identical to Rebecca had utilized a valid ID card to access the premises, proceeded to her former workstation, and spent 40 minutes rifling through her files before exiting. Meanwhile, the real Rebecca remained under protective custody in a secure refuge, incapable of being present at the office. The implications became unmistakable. Lily had not fled, she had executed her scheme. She now inhabited Rebecca's life, assuming her identity while the authentic Rebecca remained concealed. The case remains unresolved. Lily Winters has yet to be captured, and Rebecca Thorne has forged a new identity in an undisclosed locale. Detective Shaw retains a photograph on her desk, one showcasing 2 strikingly similar women. One is Rebecca Thorne, the other is Lily Winters. At times, she scrutinizes their visages, seeking the disparities, the subtle nuances that differentiate one from the other. The most disquieting aspect, Shaw imparts to new recruits, is not that someone may resemble you or sound like you. It is the fervor with which they endeavor to become you, eradicating themselves in the process. Identity is not merely what we present to the world, it is what we safeguard most zealously, and sometimes its worth becomes apparent only when someone seeks to snatch it away. Story 13, the town hushed about the house nestled at the edge of the woods, a solitary figure shrouded in mystery. Its windows gaped like hollow eyes, its porch bowed under the weight of time's heavy hand. No one laid claim to its ownership, and the origins of its construction faded into whispers of forgotten memory. But when a band of hikers strayed too near, they beheld an eerie sight, names etched into the wooden walls, carved deep like ancient runes of caution. And at the very bottom, fresh and untarnished, a name unfamiliar to all, until one among them faltered, voice quivering, "That name, it's mine." In the dead of night, a call pierced through dispatch, marking it as a routine trespassing incident. The voice belonged to Mason Wright, the leader of the group who stumbled upon his own name engraved into the forsaken abode. Responding officers anticipated mere mischief, a youthful prank gone awry, but what they unearthed defied logic. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as twilight draped the forest in shadow. Her flashlight's beam pierced the darkness, unveiling the weathered facade of the structure. 27 names adorned the eastern wall, cascading downwards in a haunting display. Some had faded into obscurity, blending with the timber's aged grain. Others remained sharp, as if freshly carved. And at the base, Mason Wright, the incision still redolent of sawdust scent. "I've never set foot here before," Mason maintained, his words materializing in frosty puffs. "I can't fathom how anyone could know my name." The probe commenced with scrutinizing the backgrounds of each listed name, sending shivers down the spines of the detective team. Each name belonged to an individual reported missing over the past 40 years. Some cases had turned cold, while others lingered as open wounds. Yet all shared a chilling commonality: the vanished souls had disappeared while traversing these woods alone. Forensic experts meticulously documented each carving, noting the nuances of depth, technique, and weathering. The eldest inscription, Rebecca Hansen, dated back 37 years, tying to a missing persons file of a young woman who ventured into the woods, never to return. Search parties unearthed naught but a solitary hiking boot beside a babbling brook. Detective Keller delved into Mason's history, his narrative unwavering. He bore no ties to the locale beyond this fateful trek with 4 college comrades. They had selected the trail at random, guided by an online suggestion. Nothing in his past hinted at a connection to the other names adorning the wall. The focus shifted to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, provided snapshots taken during their journey. Upon scrutiny, analysts unearthed a disquieting anomaly: a blurred figure lurking in the backdrop of 3 separate photographs. A tall, gaunt specter, forever obscured by the veil of trees. "We encountered no one else on our path," Emily asserted. "We would have remembered." Detective Keller sanctioned a sweep of the house's interior. The edifice appeared forsaken, draped in dust, its furnishings in disarray. Yet within the basement's depths, officers stumbled upon a disconcerting tableau. Personal effects of the missing hikers lay neatly arrayed on wooden shelves: watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each item labeled with a name corresponding to those on the exterior wall. Technicians meticulously catalogued every piece of evidence. Beneath the stark glow of ultraviolet light, aged bloodstains materialized on the concrete floor, veils of crimson someone had endeavored to erase. Ground-penetrating radar yielded no cadavers beneath the structure, yet cadaver dogs fixated on the dense thicket at the rear of the property. As the inquiry escalated, Detective Keller observed peculiar conduct from Mason Wright. He reported uncanny incidents: whispers outside his dwelling, footprints in pristine snow leading to his threshold but vanishing on the return journey, phantom figures observing from the streets. Though the department assigned an officer for his protection, Mason's paranoia burgeoned. A breakthrough unfolded when historians exhumed land records buried within county archives. The house belonged to a reclusive huntsman named Victor Blackwood. Neighbors spoke of fleeting encounters with an unnaturally tall, slender figure who shunned discourse. Blackwood vanished without a trace 15 years prior, his disappearance uninvestigated. With a warrant secured, Detective Keller plumbed the depths of the encircling forest. The team unearthed a patchwork of rudimentary hunting blinds, strategically situated along popular trails. Within one, they stumbled upon a journal chronicling meticulous observations: hiker profiles, routes, gear, and habits. The script mirrored the scant documents attributed to Victor Blackwood. Entries evolved from hunting tactics for fauna to chilling strategies for human acquisition. The manhunt for Blackwood spanned multiple jurisdictions. Helicopters equipped with thermal imaging scoured the woods, while tactical units combed every crevice. Yet the quarry eluded capture. Mason Wright ceased all communication. Officers dispatched to his abode discovered vacant rooms behind an unlocked entrance. On the bedroom wall, a fresh inscription gleamed: "The hunter becomes the hunted." The pursuit for Mason persisted fruitlessly. Then, during a secondary sweep of Blackwood's domicile, forensic specialists chanced upon a ghastly revelation. Concealed beneath a false partition in the basement, they unearthed a miniature workshop replete with woodworking tools, jars of preservatives, and a freshly carved wooden plaque bearing a new name awaiting its place on the exterior wall. Detective Keller recognized the name instantly. It belonged to the lead forensic analyst who had spearheaded the house's examination. The analyst had called in sick that morning, unresponsive to calls. Authorities encircled the house with unwavering surveillance. Cameras traced every approach, motion sensors primed for intrusion. The trap was set. 3 nights later, sensors blared an alert. Surveillance footage captured a figure emerging from the woods, impossibly tall and slender, moving with unnatural fluidity. As tactical units closed in, the cameras faltered briefly. Upon restoration, the figure had vanished into thin air. The house endures beneath ceaseless vigilance to this day. Mason Wright and the forensic analyst remain at large. The investigation persists, with fresh resources funneled in as similar vanishings are reported across woodland expanses. The names on the wall have morphed into macabre lore among law enforcement circles. Some officers dare not utter them aloud, others shun the case entirely. And local hikers skirt the house's periphery, fearful that mere mention may ensnare their identities within that dreadful roster, the names unspoken. Story 14, the mysterious package arrived without a return label or tracking number, just a damp cardboard box touched by the morning dew. It wasn't intended for Sarah Miller. The address was correct, but the name was not hers. She hesitated, knowing she should have ignored it, left it untouched on the porch, but curiosity stirred within her, overpowering reason. Slowly, she peeled back the tape, anticipating mundane contents like books or clothes. However, nestled inside was a VHS tape, accompanied by a single sticky note that simply read, "Watch alone." Sarah held the black plastic cassette in her hands, feeling its weight pressing down, as if carrying the gravity of a forbidden secret. Her fingers traced the worn edges, sensing the mystery entwined within the plastic casing. The handwritten note bore marks of urgency, each stroke etched with a sense of importance. Despite the normalcy of her suburban surroundings, the distant bark of a dog, the laughter of children, the hum of a lawnmower, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling of being on the cusp of something unknown. Bringing the package inside, she placed it on her kitchen counter, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. The name Daniel Whitaker meant nothing to her. She had never received mail for anyone by that name during her 4 years in the house. The previous residents, the Johnsons, had long moved away to be closer to family. Wariness and intrigue warred within her as she eyed her nostalgia-inducing VCR, a relic from a bygone era. There was an inexplicable pull from the tape, a mystery waiting to be unraveled. Ignoring her better judgment, Sarah inserted the tape into the VCR. Static crackled on the screen, slowly sharpening into focus to reveal a dimly lit room illuminated by a single lamp. The camera angle was askew, casting a sense of urgency in the scene. A man sat in a chair, initially shrouded in shadows. "My name is Daniel Whitaker." His voice resonated quietly but with unwavering resolve. "If you're watching this, someone has found you, and that means they will find me too." As the man leaned forward, his weary face came into view, eyes heavy with exhaustion, stubble outlining his jaw, hair unkempt. "I am innocent, you must believe that. They framed me with planted evidence, my fingerprints, my DNA, despite never having met the victim." Adjusting the camera, Daniel revealed the stark simplicity of his surroundings, a room devoid of personal touches, a temporary sanctuary for someone on the run. "The police report will tell lies of our supposed connection, of arguments we never had, of witnesses who never existed. But I swear to you, I am not the killer." Detective Eliza Ramirez sat at her desk, the identical VHS tape before her, the fifth to cross her path. 5 tapes, 5 recipients, all bearing the desperate plea of Daniel Whitaker, the prime suspect in the murder of Catherine Walsh. a man who had vanished into thin air on the day the victim's lifeless body was discovered. The case of Catherine Walsh seemed straightforward, initially a young professional strangled in her own home, with damning evidence pointing to Whitaker. Witnesses had seen him near her residence, his DNA found at the crime scene, his alibi crumbling under scrutiny. But the arrival of the tapes complicated everything for Detective Ramirez. Was Whitaker orchestrating an elaborate diversion, or was there a darker truth waiting to be unveiled? The pieces of the puzzle refused to fit neatly together, the shadows of doubt lengthening across the investigation. As Ramirez delved deeper, she uncovered Catherine's involvement in a whistleblower case against PharmaCorp, a pharmaceutical giant entangled in a web of deceit. Walsh had stumbled upon manipulated clinical trial data, exposing the company's cover-up of dangerous side effects in a new drug slated for release. A colleague's hushed revelations hinted at a conspiracy reaching far beyond the confines of a murder investigation. Intriguing anomalies began to surface, evidence appearing too conveniently, testimonies sounding rehearsed, surveillance footage mysteriously corrupted. The fabric of truth seemed to fray at the edges, revealing a tapestry woven with deception and deceit. Days passed and Sarah Miller found herself the recipient of a second package. Within lay a trove of incriminating documents, clinical reports, internal communications, emails bearing Catherine Walsh's digital fingerprint. The tide turned as Detective Ramirez connected the dots between the recipients, following Whitaker's breadcrumbs to unveil a sinister truth. He had stumbled upon a surveillance operation targeting Catherine, a plan to silence her before she could expose PharmaCorp's treachery. The case reached its climax when Sarah noticed a crucial detail in her copy of the tape, a reflection hinting at a storage facility. Working in tandem with Ramirez, they located the unit, unearthing a trove of evidence implicating PharmaCorp's head of security in a web of lies. Justice, though belated, arrived in the form of undeniable proof that shattered the facade of innocence cloaking the true culprits. Executives fell, the truth emerged, and Daniel Whitaker emerged from the shadows, a man transformed by his harrowing journey. The charges against him dissolved in the face of irrefutable evidence, but the scars of his ordeal remained etched in his soul. Sarah and Daniel crossed paths once more, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. Why me? Sarah's question hung in the air, seeking resolution. Why send it to my address? Daniel's gaze held a weight of experience. The algorithm chose you. I needed someone impartial, someone who could see beyond the smokescreen of lies. In a moment of quiet reflection, they acknowledged the thin veil separating truth from fiction, justice from manipulation. The wrong address, Sarah murmured, turned out to be the right one. The VHS tapes stood as tangible relics of a truth shrouded in shadows, awaiting the curious souls willing to unravel the enigma hidden within unfamiliar names and unexpected parcels. Story 15, the old Polaroid held secrets buried within its faded hues, capturing a birthday celebration long past. Faces frozen in smiles, candles flickering innocently, nothing out of the ordinary at first glance. But when the daughter inherited the box of forgotten memories, a chilling discovery awaited her. Amidst the familiar faces of family members, a mysterious figure lurked in the background of each photo. A man shrouded in shadow stood just beyond the warm glow of the candles, his presence unnoticed by all. Sarah Winters stumbled upon the unsettling collection while sorting through her late mother's attic after the funeral. A simple cardboard box labeled Memories revealed a hidden trove of snapshots from her childhood, seemingly innocent at first glance. Yet as Sarah delved deeper, the photos unveiled a sinister truth. In the earliest pictures, the figure was barely discernible, a mere silhouette on the periphery, observing from the shadows during her 7th birthday party. With each subsequent photo, he crept closer, his presence growing more pronounced and ominous. Disturbed and trembling, Sarah reached out to her father, seeking answers to the enigma haunting the family photographs. His response was a sharp intake of breath, a denial of any knowledge of the mysterious man. Confusion and fear gripped Sarah as she shared digital copies of the Polaroids with her father, only to be met with disbelief and unease in his voice. How could a stranger have infiltrated their cherished memories without detection? Seeking resolution, Sarah turned to Detective Marcus Reed, laying out the eerie progression of the shadowy figures advanced through the photos. Rain drummed against the windows of the precinct as the detective scrutinized each image, his experienced gaze noting the subtle but chilling evolution of the unknown man's movement towards the unsuspecting children. The progression was undeniable, a silent threat captured in frozen moments of joy and celebration. As the investigation unfolded, the enigmatic figure remained a ghostly enigma, impervious to facial recognition and the passage of time. Yet a breakthrough emerged when a computer specialist uncovered hidden details within the images. A scar, a ring, a faint reflection, all clues that led to the shocking revelation of the man's true identity. Robert Keller, a long-missing maintenance worker linked to decades-old child abductions, emerged as the spectral presence haunting Sarah's family history. The revelation sparked a chain of events that connected unsolved cases from the past, shedding light on the hidden horrors lurking beneath the surface of seemingly ordinary gatherings. Keller's malevolent presence in the photos transcended time and space, a silent witness to unspeakable crimes that had long evaded justice. His calculated movements through the shadows of family celebrations unveiled a dark legacy of tragedy and loss. With each buried truth that came to light, Sarah found herself confronting the darkest corners of her past, grappling with the chilling realization that the man in the photos had been a harbinger of unspeakable evil. The remains of missing children unearthed near the vacation properties tied to Keller's dark past brought a grim closure to long-standing mysteries, offering bittersweet solace to grieving families. Alone in her apartment, surrounded by the haunting images that had shattered her illusions of innocence, Sarah reflected on the profound impact of the hidden figures that lurked within the frames of her childhood memories. The box of photographs now served as a testament to the unseen dangers that lingered beneath the surface of joyous occasions, a reminder that evil could masquerade amidst the smiles and laughter, invisible yet ever present. As Sarah carefully returned the damning evidence to its box, she knew that some truths were too grim to be erased by time. The shadow in the family photos, once a spectral enigma, had been unmasked by the relentless pursuit of justice. In the stillness of the room, the flickering candles of the past illuminated a chilling reality that some mysteries, once unveiled, could never be forgotten, their echoes reverberating through the corridors of time, a haunting reminder of the fragility of innocence and the enduring power of hidden figures. Story 16, The Mystery of Whispering Shadows. She had a desire to transform the nursery before the little one's arrival. The walls wore a faded blue, a hue holding within it tales of bygone days. As she painted on the initial coat of white, a hidden secret emerged from beneath the faint outline of letters, gradually sharpening into clarity. A message etched beneath the surface, cryptic and unsettling. Don't let it hear you. Her breath hitched in her throat, a shiver dancing down her spine. Stepping back, her eyes widened as she noticed them tiny handprints imprinted in the fresh paint, positioned too high for any child to reach. The revelation within the nursery of the Morgan house marked the inception of what later became known as the Whispering House Enigma. The young couple had acquired the Victorian-style residence mere months ago, lured by an unbelievably low price tag. The realtor had only mentioned minor cosmetic issues, omitting any mention of the property's shadowed past. Detective Sarah Klein arrived at the doorstep, a notebook clasped in her hand. A woman answered, her swollen belly stark against paint-stained overalls. Weariness clung to her, evident in the circles under her eyes, a telltale sign of sleepless nights. The detective observed the tremor in her hands as she recounted the chilling discovery of the hidden message and handprints. The previous owners vanished abruptly, the woman explained. Neighbors claimed they departed in the dead of night, leaving without a trace, only the bare essentials packed into their car. Passing through the aged home, Detective Klein's steps echoed on worn floorboards. Standing in the nursery, she scrutinized the partially painted wall, the cryptic message still visible where the painting had been abandoned. Beside it, 5 small handprints imprinted in the wet paint, positioned at the height of an adult's shoulder. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into the property records. The house had changed owners 8 times in 3 decades, an unusually frequent turnover. Each family had resided there for less than 2 years. More unsettling were the reports of child welfare for 3 of those families, detailing children hearing whispers from the walls and feeling watched while they slept. The detective delved deeper, unearthing construction records and historical accounts. The house had once belonged to Eleanor Blackwood, a wealthy widow who ran a small orphanage on the premises during the early industrial era. Newspaper clippings referenced 5 missing children from her care, suspected runaways in an era where it was not uncommon for orphaned children to flee. Upon Eleanor's passing, workers renovating the house uncovered a concealed chamber behind the nursery wall. Inside lay remnants of the children's lives, tiny shoes, toys, and garments, but no trace of their bodies. The case had gone cold, relegated to forgotten archives. Interviewing former residents, Detective Klein pieced together a chilling mosaic. Each family with children described unnatural occurrences, toys moving on their own, laughter of unseen children resonating through empty corridors, and crayon drawings materializing on walls. Most dismissed these events as mere flights of fancy until the ominous messages surfaced. The writing, though slightly varied in content, always bore the same handwriting. Don't let them find you. Don't make a sound. Don't let it hear you. A forensic linguist analyzed the writing, linking it to samples from Eleanor Blackwood's journals. More disconcerting were the handprints, unchanged in size and placement over decades, despite different children occupying the house. The investigation took a darker turn when the detective persuaded the current owners to allow ground-penetrating radar in the basement. The technician identified anomalies in the readings, 5 distinct shapes beneath the concrete floor, each resembling a child's size. Breaking through the concrete unveiled a grim truth: 5 small sets of remains arranged in a circle. Forensic analysis revealed that the children had perished during Eleanor's tenure in the house. Each child still wore a pendant with their name, engraved the 5 supposed runaways from the orphanage. Luminol sprayed throughout the nursery illuminated the darkness, revealing handprints on every wall, concealed beneath layers of paint, invisible to the naked eye. Countless handprints varying in height as if the children had attempted to climb to freedom. Eleanor's journals, salvaged from county archives, exposed her twisted beliefs. She thought orphaned children possessed a unique spiritual energy, and by locking them away, she could extend her own life through their essence. The case concluded with the burial of the 5 victims, their names finally recognized not as runaways but as victims of foul play. The house remained vacant, the expectant couple refusing to step foot within its walls, even to retrieve their belongings. Detective Klein penned her final report, enclosing photographs of the luminol illuminated handprints and the hidden message under the paint. She noted that while justice had been served for the original victims, an enigma lingered within the house, an enigma that transcended layers of paint and time, reaching out in ways inexplicable. The nursery walls were raised during the cleanup, but workers reported hearing whispers of children echoing from the debris. None dared to return after their shifts ended. Ultimately condemned, the house became another cold case in the archives, a tangible testament to closure, yet harboring spiritual queries destined to remain unanswered. The detective retained one photograph, the 5 luminol handprints gleaming in the darkness, a haunting testament that some crimes leave indelible marks, impervious to fresh layers of paint. Story 17, the ancient box lay hidden beneath layers of forgotten belongings in the dusty attic, a relic of the past left behind by the house's former occupants. Within its weathered confines were faded Polaroids capturing moments of joy and celebration, birthdays, family gatherings, all tinged with a sense of normalcy and innocence. But as her fingers brushed the last photograph, a chill crept into Rebecca's bones. The image depicted her own living room, familiar furniture and decor frozen in time. Yet the family that smiled back at the camera was not hers, and lurking in the shadows behind them stood a figure, a man, his presence barely discernible in the dimness. Rebecca's breath caught as she scrutinized the eerie scene, her hands trembling ever so slightly. Descending the creaking stairs, she felt the weight of the house pressing down on her. What had once felt spacious and inviting now seemed suffocating, an unspoken heaviness hanging in the air. Placing the photograph on the sterile kitchen counter, she gazed at it under the harsh glow of fluorescent light. The uncanny resemblance between her home and these strangers unsettled her to the core. Enter Detective Morgan, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for detail, draped in a worn leather jacket that whispered of past investigations. His gaze swept over the photograph, absorbing every nuance with a silent intensity. Flipping it over, he inquired about the previous owners, the Nelsons, their history shrouded in mystery. As the investigation unfolded, a trail of vanished families emerged. The Sutherlands, the latest in a series of disappearances that spanned years. Each family had resided in the house for precisely 1 year before vanishing without a trace. The Polaroid, a haunting clue frozen in time, revealed a sinister presence watching from the shadows. Forensic analysis uncovered unsettling details, the figure's tall silhouette, obscured features, a silent observer with an unspoken agenda. The revelation of Samuel Whitfield, the enigmatic architect linked to the house's dark history, added a layer of intrigue to the unfolding mystery. Beneath the cracked surface of the basement, a macabre discovery awaited. The missing families, preserved in a grim tableau, their final moments captured in chilling detail. Among their possessions, the camera that had immortalized their unknowing smiles, a grim testament to their fate. Rebecca, now a mere pawn in a deadly game, sought refuge under police protection as the shadows of the past loomed closer. A cryptic journal found in the hidden crawlspace hinted at a sinister plan, a narrative of obsession and possession that transcended time. The house, now a crime scene frozen in time, held its secrets close, whispering of unspeakable horrors lurking within its walls. The enigmatic figure of Samuel Whitfield remained a spectral presence, his true fate obscured by the passage of time. As the investigation continued, whispers of new families and unseen watchers cast a pall over the once serene neighborhood. The legacy of the man in the photograph lived on, a dark specter haunting those who dared seek the truth hidden within the walls of the house that time forgot. Story 18. The gentle current flowed lazily that morning, the surface of the water smooth and reflective like a mirror. The fisherman's boat glided silently, disturbed only by the occasional ripple. It was in this tranquil setting that the fisherman's eye caught sight of something peculiar, a lone suitcase, bobbing near the shore as if abandoned by the tide. At first glance, it appeared to be just a discarded item, perhaps filled with old garments. But as he drew nearer, a pungent odor reached his nostrils, an odor thick and suffocating, impossible to ignore. The case was adorned with chains, its metal edges tarnished from exposure to the elements. When the authorities arrived and pried open the suitcase, they were met with a gruesome sight. It was not clothes that filled the case, but tangled locks of hair, fingers clenched in a frozen grip, as if in a desperate plea for help. And at the very bottom, a chilling note awaited discovery. This isn't the first. Detective Sarah Mercer stood at the scene, her handkerchief pressed delicately against her nose, shielding herself from the overwhelming stench. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s named Catherine Walsh, lay before her. Her once dark hair now matted and waterlogged, her pale skin bearing the marks of her watery grave. The meticulous work of the medical examiner unfolded with precision, each detail carefully noted before the body was respectfully removed from the scene. What struck Mercer most profoundly was not the brutal method of disposal, but the eerie sense of care taken with the victim's presentation: manicured nails, freshly styled hair, dressed in expensive attire. She was not killed here, Mercer observed, her gaze following the gentle lapping of the water against the muddy shore. She was arranged, deliberately exhibited. Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent known for her expertise in selling high-end properties, lived a solitary life in an affluent neighborhood. Divorced, childless, she was described by colleagues as driven, precise, and fiercely private. Her disappearance had been reported by her assistant, who expressed disbelief at her absence during a crucial showing with affluent clients. She would never miss that appointment, the assistant insisted, her voice trembling with concern. That sale would have been her biggest commission yet. As investigators combed through Walsh's immaculate, modernist home, a sense of unease settled over them. Every aspect of her living space exuded perfection: designer furniture meticulously arranged, surfaces devoid of any dust. Even the contents of her refrigerator were neatly organized, meals labeled and stored by day. Yet a peculiar anomaly caught their attention in her home office, a slightly ajar drawer revealing a leather-bound journal. The final entry within sent shivers down their spines. He's watching again. Same car, different plates. Further exploration into Walsh's digital footprint unveiled a disturbing pattern: numerous messages from unknown senders, all bearing the chilling phrase, "I see your perfection." Each message sent at precisely the same time on various days. Her internet searches hinted at a growing sense of unease, inquiries into home security systems and self-defense tools. Mercer pieced together these clues, recognizing a pattern of obsession and meticulous planning. "Our perpetrator is methodical," she confided to her partner. "This was no crime of passion. This was a carefully orchestrated ritual." A breakthrough emerged unexpectedly from a local pawn shop, where Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace had been pawned. The culprit was identified as Michael Linden, a nondescript maintenance worker with a penchant for quiet solitude. Surveillance footage captured Lyndon's repeated visits to Walsh's building, sometimes with his maintenance cart, other times without, always choosing moments when she would be absent, showcasing properties to potential buyers. A search of Lyndon's modest apartment revealed a chilling tableau walls adorned with photographs of Walsh and other women, all sharing a striking resemblance, all captured without their knowledge. Some images were marked with bold red X's. Catherine Walsh stood as the third victim in this twisted collection. Concealed behind a false panel in Lyndon's closet lay a shrine of sorts, personal items belonging to each victim meticulously arranged. A hairbrush holding strands of hair, tissues stained with lipstick, keys, and receipts, each collection accompanied by a detailed journal documenting routines, preferences, and habits. When Lyndon was brought in for questioning, the interrogation room seemed to grow colder, his demeanor unwavering. Despite the mounting evidence against him, he remained eerily composed. "They were flawed," he finally uttered, his voice devoid of emotion. "They projected perfection, but I saw through their facade. Catherine's desk drawer was always in disarray. She missed a spot when applying lipstick. Her perfection was a lie." The search for Lyndon's first two victims, referenced in his cryptic note, led investigators to remote locations where two additional suitcases were recovered, each containing a woman bearing a resemblance to Walsh, both real estate agents who prided themselves on their meticulous attention to detail. During the trial, Lyndon sat motionless, his expression vacant as the prosecution outlined his calculated methods. Months of stalking, intruding into their lives, and ultimately correcting what he perceived as imperfections before extinguishing their lives. The families of the victims sat in silent vigil as the judge pronounced a sentence of life without parole for Lyndon. For Detective Mercer, the case was officially closed, yet unsettling questions lingered in the recesses of her mind. What inner turmoil drove Lyndon to fixate on these particular women? What flaws within himself was he attempting to erase through these macabre acts? The river meandered downstream, its waters gradually erasing all traces of the grim events that had unfolded. But in the quiet of the precinct, on Mercer's desk, lay replicas of those haunting journals, a stark reminder that beneath the veneer of normalcy, darkness could thrive. And sometimes the most insidious predators were those who dwelled in plain sight, patiently observing, waiting for the moment when a single imperfection would expose their true nature. Story 19. In the beginning there was just a faint flicker, a glitch that danced across the baby monitor's screen. The mother, caught off guard, brushed it off as mere interference from the electronic waves. But then the audio crackled with static, and a voice, soft and eerie, whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A chill ran down her spine, freezing her in place. Panic seized her heart as she dashed to her son's room, each step echoing like a drumbeat in the silence of the night. But upon flinging open the door, her worst fear materialized. The crib stood empty, devoid of the precious bundle that should have been nestled inside. The window remained shut, the door securely locked. The only disruption in the room was a stuffed rabbit, its lifeless black eyes fixed on her with an unsettling intensity. Rebecca's scream pierced the stillness, a raw, primal sound that tore through the fabric of the night. The neighbors, stirred from their slumber by her anguished cries, dialed emergency services, setting in motion a series of events that would unravel the threads of normalcy in their small community. When the authorities arrived, they discovered Rebecca cradling the stuffed rabbit, her body swaying back and forth on the nursery floor, lost in a nightmarish trance. Samuel, her 4-month-old infant, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void that no explanation could fill. The initial investigation yielded nothing but shadows and unanswered questions. There were no signs of forced entry, No alarms triggered on the security system that stood guard through the night. The footage from the baby monitor provided only a glimpse of the mysterious voice and the crackling static that had sent shivers down Rebecca's spine. How could someone infiltrate a locked home, snatch a child, and slip away without leaving a trace, save for a misplaced toy? Suspicion soon turned its gaze upon Rebecca. Her husband Daniel had been absent on business, their relationship strained by the weight of parenthood. Medical records hinted at Rebecca's struggle with postpartum depression, a darkness that lingered in the corners of her mind. The detective, observing her composed facade during questioning, couldn't shake the feeling that something lurked beneath the surface, hidden from prying eyes. The whispers of the community painted her as the villain in this tragedy, casting shadows of doubt upon her grief. Then a glimmer of hope emerged amidst the darkness. The forensic team unearthed microscopic fibers on the nursery windowsill, fibers that bore no resemblance to the household textiles or the family's garments. These fibers told a tale of a clandestine entry, a nimble intruder scaling the heights to reach the second-floor nursery. The focus shifted, unveiling a new trail to follow in the hunt for answers. Security footage from the neighbors' homes revealed a phantom figure, a specter cloaked in shadows, moving with silent purpose on the night of Samuel's disappearance. A footprint incomplete yet telling, imprinted in the soft soil of the garden, matched the tread of a specialized boot worn by those well-versed in the art of climbing in covert operations. Rebecca faded into the background as Daniel returned from his journey, a man adrift in a sea of confusion and despair. During the interrogation, Daniel's hands betrayed a secret calluses shaped by the roughness of rock, a hobby he claimed to have taken up to soothe his troubled mind. But beneath the surface, a darker truth lurked. Financial records painted a grim picture, revealing a web of deceit woven by Daniel's hand. A sizable life insurance policy on Samuel, calls to an unknown number that ceased before the abduction. Each piece of the puzzle fit snugly into a mosaic of betrayal and greed. The shadows deepened as the investigation peeled back the layers of deception. The baby monitor, once a beacon of reassurance, now stood at the center of the storm. Digital forensics unveiled a chilling truth: the device had been compromised, its signals manipulated to sow discord and fear. The voice that whispered in the dead of night had not emanated from within the nursery walls, but had been crafted and broadcast from afar, a sinister lullaby meant to deceive. The threads of fate intertwined in a residential basement where Samuel was found, cradled in the arms of a woman named Elaine. Her eyes, hollow and vacant, betrayed a story untold, a saga of loss and longing that had driven her to the edge of madness. The pieces fell into place with the discovery of old photographs, with DNA testing sealing the bond between Samuel and his unexpected guardian. Elaine's past, intertwined with Daniel's, painted a portrait of tragedy and obsession. A miscarriage had torn their lives asunder, setting in motion a series of events that culminated in the fateful night of Samuel's disappearance. As the trial unfolded, the truth unfurled like a dark tapestry, each revelation a dagger in the heart of justice. The courtroom hushed as the enhanced audio from the baby monitor reverberated through the air, capturing not just the whispered words that had haunted Rebecca, but also a familiar cough, a telltale sign of Daniel's presence at the scene of the crime he professed ignorance of. The jury's deliberation was swift. Their verdict unanimous: Daniel and Elaine were sentenced to the full extent of the law for their crimes against innocence. Rebecca and Samuel, scarred by the ordeal, sought solace in a new beginning, far from the shadows of the past. The tale of their tragedy echoed through the halls of law enforcement, a cautionary reminder of the ever-evolving landscape of crime and technology. Baby monitors stood sentinel, guardians against the unseen threats that prowled in the night. Samuel grew up in the light of a new dawn, shielded from the darkness that had once threatened to consume him. Rebecca, a survivor in her own right, kept the stuffed rabbit, a silent witness to the horrors of that fateful night, locked away in a box of memories. Its glassy eyes, mirrors to the soul of the past, held secrets that no one dared to unravel. The monitor, a silent sentinel, bore witness to the truth that lay hidden beneath the surface, a truth that transcended the boundaries of time and space. Story 20. The apartment had sat in silence for months, a forgotten space waiting to be rediscovered. When the new tenants stepped inside, they felt a whisper of the past lingering in the air, an anticipation of secrets long kept hidden. Dust danced in the sunlight filtering through the windows, casting a hazy glow over the forgotten corners of the rooms. One door stood stubbornly closed, resisting the gentle nudges of curiosity. It was a closet, its keyhole a silent guardian of mysteries locked from within. The landlord, with a sense of unease in his eyes, finally coaxed the door open, revealing a world frozen in time. The new tenants braced themselves for the mundane, a collection of old coats, perhaps a box of forgotten trinkets. But what they found sent shivers down their spines. The walls were etched with stories of struggle, deep grooves carved into the wood as if pleading for freedom. And in the shadows, an ancient flip phone lay dormant, its screen illuminated by a single unread message that pierced the silence. Detective Morgan Shaw, with a lifetime of enigmatic scenes tucked in the recesses of her mind, felt a chill crawl down her spine as she surveyed the haunting sight before her. It wasn't the crimson splatters or the echoes of violence that unsettled her, it was the silent plea etched into the walls, a tale of someone trapped in a battle for survival. "We need forensics now," she murmured to her partner, Officer Reed, who was already capturing the haunting marks on camera, "and gather the records of those who walked these halls before us." The message on the phone glowed ominously. "I know what you did." The landlord, a man of nervous tics and trembling hands, shared fragmented stories of the tenant who had vanished without a trace. A young woman, he said, quiet and unassuming, a ghost in the walls who had left behind more questions than answers. Forensics unraveled a tangled web of DNA, each strand weaving a tale of loss and deception. Blood samples whispered of a struggle long forgotten, of a soul trapped in a prison of wood and whispers. Emma Caldwell, a name etched in shadows, had vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of unanswered calls and a void in the world she once inhabited. As Shaw delved deeper into the enigma, she uncovered a sinister thread woven through time and space. Derek Mercer, a specter from the past, had left his mark on the walls of the closet, his presence a ghostly echo of a life presumed lost in the mists of memory. The apartment bore witness to a life interrupted, a story of a soul ensnared in a deadly dance of shadows and deceit. Emma's belongings whispered of a life abruptly halted, of a sister left in the dark, and a new boyfriend cloaked in mystery and menace. Surveillance footage painted a portrait of a night shrouded in secrets, of a woman followed by a phantom with a hidden face. And as the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, Shaw uncovered a truth more chilling than the winter wind that whistled through the empty rooms. The manhunt for Derek Mercer spanned miles and memories, a relentless pursuit of a shadow that slipped through the cracks of reality. And as the truth unfurled like a sinister flower, Shaw stared into the abyss of a mind twisted by darkness and despair. The trial unveiled a tapestry of lies and deception, a web spun by a master manipulator who reveled in the agony of others. Emma's fate remained a mystery, her body lost to the shadows that whispered of her final moments in that suffocating closet. As the gavel fell, sealing Mercer's fate with a life sentence devoid of mercy, a sense of closure settled over the haunted halls of the apartment. Lynette Porter, a survivor of Mercer's twisted games, stood tall in the face of darkness, her voice a beacon of resilience in a world tainted by shadows. The legacy of Emma's apartment lingered in the minds of those who had walked its haunted halls, a reminder that sometimes the most harrowing tales are not written in blood, but in the silent screams of those who fought to break free from the chains of darkness. And as the night whispered its lullaby of secrets, the world drifted into a slumber, cradled by the promise of dawn's gentle light. Story 21. The ancient library faced its fate of demolition. The workers, their task almost complete, encountered a hidden latch within a dusty bookshelf. With a gentle click, the entire structure swung open, unveiling a narrow passage leading to a secret chamber. The air within was heavy, stagnant from years of neglect. No furniture adorned the room except for a solitary chair at its center, firmly bolted to the floor. And etched repeatedly on the wall, a haunting phrase lingered: "I remain here." The foreman overseeing the demolition swiftly contacted the authorities. What had begun as a routine job took a sinister turn. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned investigator with 2 decades of experience, entered the scene. His flashlight pierced the darkness, casting eerie shadows on the message that covered the walls. "Secure the area," Walsh ordered the officers, his voice resonating in the confined space. "No one disturbs anything until forensics arrives." The backstory of the building added a layer of intrigue. The library once belonged to the prestigious Harrington family, who had gifted the establishment to the public after the mysterious disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. She had vanished during her final year of college, leaving behind no trace except her abandoned car near the woods. Despite extensive efforts, the case remained unsolved, with speculation that she had chosen to vanish, a theory her family vehemently rejected. As forensic experts meticulously combed through the hidden chamber, they uncovered hair and fibers embedded in the chair. Traces of blood and skin cells lingered within the scratches on the wall, hinting at a tumultuous struggle. Initial analysis indicated the biological material belonged to a young woman. "This chair was meant for confinement," the forensic analyst remarked, gesturing to the weathered leather straps and bolt holes. The occupant fought fiercely against their restraints. Detective Walsh delved into the history of the Harrington family. The timing of the library donation after Rebecca's disappearance raised suspicions. Further digging unveiled a disturbing connection. The contractor who installed the bookshelf had close ties to Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family patriarch. Financial records hinted at unusual payments to the contractor, well beyond standard renovation costs. Former library staff expressed astonishment at the discovery, unaware of the hidden chamber's existence. However, an elderly librarian recalled Maxwell's peculiar behavior, spending solitary hours in that section of the building after closing. Maxwell insisted that part of the library remain untouched, she shared with investigators, citing his claim of historical significance. The investigation took a grim turn when DNA evidence from the hidden room matched Rebecca's samples. The pieces of the puzzle began to align, painting a grim picture. Rebecca had not fled, she had been imprisoned, potentially by a member of her own family. A search warrant led the detectives to Maxwell's estate, where a hidden journal in his study revealed a chilling obsession with his niece. Maxwell, now residing in a coastal community, initially denied involvement, but faced with irrefutable evidence, he confessed. "She threatened to expose me," he admitted coldly. "Rebecca discovered my embezzlement scheme. The family's reputation was at stake. I had to silence her." Maxwell's confession unveiled a macabre truth. He had ensnared Rebecca in the hidden chamber, intending to keep her captive until she complied. Yet in a tragic turn of events, she had met her demise during an attempted escape. Maxwell concealed her body beneath the chamber's floorboards, sealing the secret away by donating the building. The excavation unearthed Rebecca's remains, adorned with a bracelet gifted by her parents. The Harringtons, present at Maxwell's sentencing, found closure as justice was served. The library, once marked for destruction, became a site of remembrance and solace. Locals laid flowers at its entrance, honoring the life that had been unjustly taken. In a poignant twist, Rebecca's desperate message on the walls ensured her memory endured, and the truth, however delayed, came to light. The library, once a place of secrets, now whispered a tale of a lost soul finally at peace. Story 22. In the quiet stillness of the night, the new tenants of the Victorian-era home found themselves drawn into a mystery hidden within its walls. Michael and Sarah Klein, lured by the charm of the old residence, stumbled upon a secret that whispered of forgotten tragedies and tangled identities. It began innocently enough, with a water stain in the master bedroom, a simple blemish on the floral wallpaper that hinted at a deeper narrative waiting to be unveiled. As they peeled back the layers, time unfolded before them, revealing a story etched in ink, a name repeated endlessly, Alina Winters, in a script that danced between desperation and chaos. Questions lingered like shadows in the dimly lit room. Who was Alina Winters? Why was her name seared into the very fabric of the house? The answers lay shrouded in the past, waiting to be unearthed. As Michael delved into property records and Sarah combed through digital archives, a connection emerged, a missing persons case from decades past. A face from the past hauntingly similar to the woman who had passed on the keys to their dream home. Their curiosity spiraled into an obsession, consuming their nights as they traced the footsteps of those who had walked the halls before them. Margaret Cavendish, the enigmatic figure who had sold them the house, became a puzzle piece in a larger, more sinister picture. The retired detective's voice crackled over the phone, recounting a tale of a vanished woman, Alina Winters, a mystery that had long eluded resolution. The discovery of hidden identities, of names intertwined in a web of deceit and madness, sent shivers down their spines. Forensic teams descended upon their home, turning it into a stage for a drama that unfolded in whispers and echoes. The truth, when uncovered, was more chilling than they could have imagined: a fractured mind, a stolen identity, a life taken in a jealous rage. The walls held secrets, the earth beneath their feet bore witness to long-buried truths. Alina Winters, lost to time, found her voice in the labyrinth of a troubled mind, a haunting reminder of a life cut short. As the investigation reached its conclusion, Michael and Sarah stood on their front porch, gazing out at a landscape forever changed by the weight of the past. Their dream home had become a chapter in a dark tale, a place where the walls themselves whispered of a crime long concealed. In the hush of the night, as the stars blinked overhead, they found solace in the knowledge that justice, though delayed, had finally come. And as they drifted into sleep, lulled by the gentle rhythm of their breathing, the house settled into a quiet slumber, its secrets at last laid to rest. Story 23, The Enigmatic Manor. The new owners brushed off the occasional crackle from the ancient intercom system in their Victorian manor as a quirky relic of the past. It had been rewired but left forgotten until curiosity got the best of the husband one fateful night. With a press of the button, a whisper echoed through the speaker, chilling him to the core. "Why did you come back?" His trembling hands betrayed his shock. His wife, close behind, denied ever uttering those words. Nestled amidst ancient oak trees, the manor exuded an aura of mystery, its exterior weathered while the interior boasted modern renovations. Daniel and Meredith Parker had been drawn to the property by its history, snagging it at a surprisingly reasonable price despite the realtor's unease during the showing. The vintage intercom system, linking all rooms, had sealed the deal for the couple with a love for the past. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the manor, the gravel crunching beneath her unmarked vehicle as she sensed there was more to the reported break-in. Daniel, pale under the dim porch light, led her inside, recounting how the strange occurrences had started with the intercom. Static whispers, then full sentences had haunted them both. Meredith, seated on an antique sofa, clutched a mug, her gaze distant as she revealed a startling discovery behind a kitchen wall. A hidden journal wrapped in aged plastic bore the frantic yet elegant script of Alina, the previous owner. Her entries hinted at her fears of her husband Vincent, culminating in a final, chilling entry 30 years prior. The Parkers learned that the Blackwoods, Vincent and Alina, had once owned the house. Vincent had sold it after Alina's disappearance, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. As the investigation unfolded, revealing a tragic past, the team unearthed human remains beneath the garden shed. Forensic analysis confirmed the skeleton as Alina's, her death attributed to blunt force trauma. The engraved wedding band found with her remains spoke of eternal love, contradicting the sinister truth. Vincent Blackwood, now elderly and residing in a care facility, confessed to the murder. His chilling admission of silencing Alina's voice through the intercom sent shivers down Detective Reeves' spine. Crafted deception, forged postcards, and decades of deceit painted a grim picture of a man consumed by his desire for silence. Vincent's guilty plea at the trial shed light on the calculated nature of his crime, leading to a swift sentencing. Daniel and Meredith, unable to bear the weight of the house's dark past, sold the property, holding a solemn memorial for Alina in the restored garden. The intercom, a conduit for Alina's voice, was removed by the new owners, who dismissed the whispers as mere interference. Before the case was archived, Detective Reeves revisited the Blackwood file, pondering the house's eerie ability to unveil its secrets across time. The manor, dubbed the house that answered back by local law enforcement, stood as a testament to Alina's resilience in seeking justice. As Detective Reeves passed by the property, she'd slowed down, listening for whispers carried on the wind, a reminder of the enigmatic tale that had unfolded within its walls. Story 24. The dwelling had sat abandoned for years, shrouded in whispers of a vanished young woman. No soul had inhabited its rooms since her unexplained departure. Yet when the fresh occupants ventured inside, they encountered a bedroom sealed off from within. With effort, they breached the barrier, unveiling a stagnant atmosphere thick with dust, yet tinged with an unsettling aura. The bed stood neatly made, the mirror devoid of blemish. A lone candle had surrendered to time, its essence congealed like frozen teardrops. And there it lay, the notebook, its pages unfurled to a section inked recently. The final entry bore the date of her disappearance. Detective Morgan immersed himself in Elise Winter's script as forensic experts combed the area for traces. The meticulous handwriting belonged to a woman of 26, reported absent by her kin nearly half a decade earlier. Her elegant script danced across the pages, save for the ultimate entry where the pen had etched deeper, imprinting the blank sheets beyond. "I sense his vigil tonight," the conclusive passage disclosed. The same vehicle circled thrice. I cried out for aid, yet no one heeds my plea. Should fate intervene, know it was by design, not chance. The detective sealed the tome in an evidence pouch, enveloped by the scent of dust and an elusive chemical note that lingered in the air. The landlord lingered at the threshold, visage pallid, arms tightly folded. "We scoured every crevice ere listing it for rent," he murmured. "That door should not have been locked." Elise had toiled as a legal assistant at Harriman and Associates, a distinguished firm embroiled in notable corporate suits. Colleagues depicted her as precise, devoted, yet increasingly withdrawn ere her vanishing. Late hours became her norm, her superior recounted to the investigators. She hinted at a discrepancy in the Westridge acquisition files, numbers altered, documents retrofitted. The detective scrutinized images of Elise auburn tresses, solemn gaze beyond spectacles, perpetually clad in professional attire. The portraits portrayed a woman too methodical to vanish without a trace, too organized to abscond indefinitely. The chamber divulged scant evidence, no signs of strife, no sanguine stains. Merely a snapshot frozen in time, as if Elise had merely stepped out momentarily. The candle residue on the desk exuded an unscented, ebony hue. Beneath it, the wood bore testament to residual heat. "What revelations have you unearthed?" Morgan inquired of the forensic lead. "Diverse sets of fingerprints, most faded with time, yet the peculiar aspect lies in what is absent. The doorknob and window locks had been meticulously cleansed, inside and out." The investigative team dismantled the baseboards, probed behind outlets, and prodded for concealed compartments. Lifting a loose floorboard adjacent to the closet, they discovered a compact waterproof case housing a flash drive and a key. The key unveiled a safe deposit box at Northern Trust Bank, concealing a second flash drive and an array of documents. The paperwork chronicled financial transactions between Westridge Pharmaceuticals and offshore accounts affiliated with several partners at Harriman and Associates. Digital forensics unveiled the contents of both drives, delineating audio recordings and spreadsheets cataloging manipulated data from Westridge's flagship drug trial, Neurapax. The recordings featured Elise's voice alongside that of a man identified as Vincent Harriman, the senior partner. "The veracity of these figures must not surface," Harriman asserted in one recording. "The side effects manifested in near 40% of subjects, not the 4% we disclosed. Should this leak, our firm faces ruin and Westridge shares plummet." "Lives are at stake," Elise countered. "Seizures materialize precisely as the original data indicated." "This dialogue remains undisclosed," Harriman stipulated. "Remember, our confidences within these walls remain here." "It safeguards all concerned." Detective Morgan engaged with pharmaceutical overseers, confirming Neurapax's discreet withdrawal from the market post a cluster of patient fatalities mirroring the suppressed side effects elucidated in Elise's covert files. Subpoenas unearthed Harriman's personal and corporate records, disclosing not directly linking him to Elise's disappearance, until unearthing charges for an industrial cleaning service at his vacation abode the day following her vanishing. A meticulous search of the premises unveiled minuscule traces of blood aligning with Elise's genetic profile, despite a thorough sanitation effort. The evidence bore circumstantial weight, yet proved damning. The enigma of the locked room endured until Morgan reviewed surveillance footage from neighboring abodes. A figure akin to Harriman's silhouette approached the residence amidst a deluge on the night Elise vanished. The recordings captured his ingress, but not his egress via any discernible exit. Returning to the bedroom with a structural engineer, the detective uncovered a concealed passage at the rear of the closet, linking to maintenance tunnels meandering beneath several blocks of antiquated dwellings in the vicinity. The tunnel's aperture had been sealed with fresh drywall and painted to blend with the original surface. Vincent Harriman faced arrest during a board meeting. Confronted with the proof, he maintained his innocence, alleging Elise's intent to abscond with the documents. She was unhinged, paranoid, he professed to the investigators. She fabricated evidence to malign the firm post our denial of her promotion. The jury dissented. Footage salvaged from Elise's covert camera, disguised within a bookend on her shelf, depicted Harriman infiltrating her quarters that fateful eve. The recording abruptly ceased with his approach toward her desk where she inscribed her final words. Prosecutors posited that following Elise's demise, Harriman secured the room from within via a simple contrivance involving string and a hook, departing through the clandestine passage. Years later, he revisited the scene ere the new occupant's arrival, ensuring no vestige lingered to indict him. In so doing, he inadvertently preserved the tableau precisely as investigators required to unveil his culpability. Harriman faced conviction of first-degree murder despite the absence of a body. The pharmaceutical magnates implicated in the malfeasance encountered separate charges. Families of Neurapac's casualties filed a collective lawsuit that unveiled systemic corruption. At the sentencing, Elise's mother addressed the court. Her room remained unaltered, safeguarding the verity she sacrificed her life to unveil. She never truly departed that room. Her quest for rectitude lingered confined within, awaiting discovery. The new lessee's eschewed occupation. The structure now stands vacant once more, its truths laid bare but not erased from memory. Locals skirted past after nightfall. Some professed glimpsing a flicker in the upper window of the sanctum where a young woman made her ultimate stand against formidable figures who deemed their transgressions shielded eternally. Justice sought out Elise Winters, not in life but through the testimony she left behind. The chamber she never truly vacated became both her sepulcher and her testament. Story 25. The vintage apartment possessed peculiarities, a symphony of groaning pipes and creaking floorboards. Yet the new resident discerned a difference in the sounds that enveloped her space. Those footsteps, too precise, too intentional, echoed from above in a deliberate cadence. Odd, considering she occupied the topmost floor. One fateful night, she summoned the courage to rap on the ceiling with a broomstick. Abruptly, the sound ceased. A profound silence unfurled. Then a solitary knock reverberated from within the ceiling. Sarah Coleman chose to keep the incident of the mysterious knocking to herself. Convinced it was merely the settling of the aged building or perhaps a small creature seeking refuge in the attic, she rationalized away her unease. Despite the nightly continuation of the haunting footfalls above, she adapted, amplifying the volume of her television, donning headphones at bedtime, anything to muffle the methodical pacing that traversed her ceiling in the dark. Detective Morris was introduced to the apartment's enigma when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace during routine repairs. In the process of remedying a water leak outside Sarah's unit, the worker removed a section of drywall in the hallway, unveiling a narrow passage unaccounted for in the building's blueprints. A flashlight beam exposed a clandestine living area, scattered food wrappers, discarded water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a weathered notebook. Swiftly, the building's superintendent alerted the authorities. Arriving with his partner, Detective Rivera, Morris encountered the shaken maintenance worker. Someone dwelt within the walls, he reiterated, his complexion pallid. Someone observed. The notebook chronicled intricate observations of Sarah Coleman, her routines, her visitors, her dining preferences, her viewing habits, her bathing schedule, her sleep patterns. Initially precise, the script deteriorated into erratic scrawls with cryptic symbols adorning the margins. The subject no longer responds to my cues, the final entry lamented. She has elected to disregard me. No one disregards me. Forensic specialists scoured the hidden passages, unearthing fingerprints untraceable in any database. An intricate labyrinth of passages interwoven into the building's structure was unveiled, some dating back decades according to structural examinations. These covert passageways linked 5 separate apartments, culminating in observation points, minuscule apertures camouflaged as fixtures or minor blemishes directed solely at Sarah Coleman's abode. Interviews with current residents yielded no anomalies beyond typical apartment clamor. Former inhabitants, however, recounted unsettling tales. 3 previous tenants of Sarah's unit articulated feeling surveilled or hearing inexplicable movements. One had hastily vacated after a fortnight. None had vocalized their encounters, apprehensive of appearing paranoid. The breakthrough in the investigation arose with the discovery of minuscule blood spatter in one of the crawl spaces. DNA analysis linked the traces to Martin Weaver, a former occupant who had vanished without a trace 4 years prior. Though his kin had reported his disappearance, the case had grown cold. Martin resided directly beneath Sarah's apartment. Revisiting Martin's mysterious vanishing, Morris learned that Martin had grumbled about disturbances emanating from the apartment above his. Confronting the occupant, a reticent man named Edward, Martin had subsequently vanished. Edward absconded the following month, leaving no forwarding address. A pattern emerged upon examining Edward's residency history: 6 different top-floor units across 2 decades, minimal social connections, abrupt departures sans notification. A neighbor from Edward's 3rd dwelling recollected him as intense, frequently bemoaning the necessity of silence. Property records divulged Edward's acquisition of remote rural land. Upon investigating, authorities stumbled upon a cabin adorned with photographs and notes. Portraits of past inhabitants from various apartments, including Sarah Coleman and Martin Weaver, adorned the walls. Diagrams delineating ventilation systems, architectural vulnerabilities, and detailed journals documenting specimen observations and habitat preservation were in abundance. At the cabin's heart, a corkboard exhibited newspaper clippings, missing persons reports, 6 in total, all former residents of buildings where Edward had resided. Deep gouges marred the floorboards beneath the board, suggestive of repetitive dragging. Trailing cadaver dogs behind the cabin, investigators unraveled a freshly disturbed patch of soil. Subsequent excavation unearthed human remains, followed by additional graves. As forensic anthropologists commenced the arduous task of identification, Morris revisited Sarah's apartment complex. Though the crawl spaces had been sealed off, residents sporadically reported peculiar sounds. While installing enhanced security measures, maintenance personnel chanced upon an anomaly: a second notebook nestled in a corner where the ceiling met the wall. Fresher than its predecessor, the opening page bore a singular sentence: "They located my former lair, but not my current one." The script mirrored the initial notebook. The concluding page featured a crude blueprint of Sarah's apartment, delineating a new passage in crimson ink, and a date set for that very evening. Officers hastened to evacuate Sarah, only to discover her residence deserted. Her mobile rested on the kitchen counter. The television hummed softly. The shower ran. Within the bathroom, mist obscured the mirror, eventually revealing a message etched in the condensation: "Look up." Atop the shower, the ceiling panel had been dislodged. The pursuit of Edward, now identified as Edward Mercer, a former construction specialist specializing in renovations, endured. His architectural acumen facilitated the creation of a covert network of observation points and passageways. Thermal imaging scans disclosed no current occupancy within the walls of Sarah's building. Meanwhile, Sarah Coleman remained absent, her case entwined with similar disappearances spanning multiple states. Authorities cautioned apartment managers regarding unauthorized alterations and concealed spaces. For Detective Morris, the haunting image wasn't the graves, the journals, or the snapshots of unwitting tenants. It was the vision of Sarah, night after night, bearing witness to those footsteps above her in a residence bereft of an upper-level neighbor. The footsteps that stilled upon her knock, and then responded. At times, ensconced in the solitude of his own dwelling, Morris discovered himself gazing upward at his ceiling, attuned, expectant, and pondering who else might be eavesdropping. Story 26. In a quiet corner of the city, a worn envelope lay untouched, its edges tinged with age, yet its stamp fresh as if just peeled off. The detective, with a steady hand, unfurled its contents. A single sheet of paper greeted her, bearing a message typed in a frantic, uneven script. "I am sorry for what I did." The paper exuded a faint dampness, a metallic scent clinging to its fibers. And there along the base, a reddish smear beckoned attention, a somber reminder of the past. Detective Sarah Morgan, donning her gloves with practiced precision, carefully secured the letter in an evidence bag. The forensics team's findings confirmed her hunch the stain was human blood, a match to DNA from a cold case that had long tormented the department. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been discovered lifeless in her apartment, bearing the cruel mark of multiple stab wounds. Her disappearance had left a void, her unfinished stories a painful echo of a life cut short. The arrival of the mysterious letter, addressed simply to Homicide Division, reignited the embers of an investigation thought to have flickered out. The paper yielded few fingerprints, only ghostly smudges hinting at a careful touch. The postmark, however, whispered a promise of a trail to follow. Detective Morgan gathered her team amidst a sea of unsolved leads and dead ends, anchoring the letter's image at the heart of their deliberations. "This changes everything," she declared, eyes ablaze with determination. "Our perpetrator harbors remorse." Detective James Chen, her stalwart partner in the labyrinth of clues, raised a cautious dissent. "Or perhaps it's a ruse, a veil of contrition to deceive us," he posited, his gaze fixed on the haunting message. The trail led to a vintage typewriter, its imprint a relic of a bygone era. The hunt for its origins unfurled, casting shadows on the past lives entwined in the present mystery. As the team delved deeper into Rebecca's world, her unyielding pursuit of truth painted a portrait of courage in the face of danger. Her investigations had pierced the veil of privilege, delving into the murky waters of power and deceit. Interviews with acquaintances unveiled whispers of shadows trailing her steps, of secrets too potent to be left buried. In the midst of unraveling the tangled web, a second missive arrived, bearing the same crimson mark, the same cryptic words. She delved too deep into the family's secrets, it confessed. Into the darkness shrouding the old man's demise, my intentions were never so dire. The path twisted towards a grand estate where the echoes of wealth mingled with the whispers of betrayal. The eldest son, Richard, stood at the crossroads of suspicion, his polished facade cracking under the weight of scrutiny. A breakthrough emerged as fibers whispered secrets of betrayal, linking the youngest daughter, Eleanor, to the damning evidence. The shadow of complicity loomed large, casting doubt on the facade of familial unity. A hidden chamber unveiled a trove of damning revelations, each piece slotting into the puzzle with chilling precision. The tendrils of guilt intertwined, weaving a tapestry of deceit and betrayal. Bank records painted a damning portrait of transactions veiled in shadows, of alliances forged in treachery. As the truth unfurled, confessions tumbled forth, each revelation a dagger in the heart of justice. In the hushed confines of a courtroom, justice unfurled its wings, casting a pall over the accused. Richard's protestations of innocence crumbled beneath the weight of evidence, the echoes of a life snuffed out resonating in the chambers of justice. As the gavel fell, a chapter closed, a measure of solace grasped amidst the wreckage of loss. The blood-stained letters, now relics of a shattered facade, bore silent witness to the unraveling of a carefully woven tapestry of deceit. In the quiet of evidence storage, they whispered a cautionary tale of shadows that linger, of truths that surface, and the inexorable pull of justice, unyielding in its pursuit. The case of Rebecca Warren stood as a beacon, a testament to the relentless pursuit of truth, a reminder that even the darkest secrets cast shadows, waiting to be unveiled by the light of justice. Story 27, the hotel sat quietly, a relic of the past, a place where transient souls sought brief respite. The receptionist handed her the key, his gaze holding a hint of mystery. "Remember," he whispered, his voice laced with intrigue, "avoid the final door on the left." Intrigued, she felt a shiver of curiosity as she ascended to her room that fateful night. The hallway lay cloaked in shadows, the air heavy with whispered secrets. She paused before the door in question, the handle chilling her hand like frost. To the naked eye, it appeared like any other door, blending seamlessly with its neighbors. But as she leaned closer, a soft breath, almost imperceptible, whispered from the other side, stirring the silence of the night. Detective Morgan Reed entered the room with a heavy heart, the scene before her a grim tableau of violence and tragedy. The metallic tang of blood lingered in the air, a grim reminder of the horrors that had unfolded within those walls. The room itself seemed to hold its breath, a silent witness to the life that had met a brutal end. A young woman lay motionless on the floor, her features frozen in a mask of eternal surprise or fear, her essence fading into the cold embrace of death. As Reed knelt beside the victim, a seasoned technician captured the grim reality in meticulous detail, each click of the camera echoing like a somber requiem. "Another one," he remarked, his tone devoid of emotion, a stark contrast to the tragedy that unfolded before them. Reed absorbed the scene, her mind already piecing together fragments of a puzzle that promised to reveal a chilling truth. The victim's attire spoke of elegance, a stark contrast to the dreary motel surroundings. A designer handbag lay open, its contents untouched, dispelling any notions of a robbery gone awry. This was a crime of passion, a twisted dance orchestrated by a killer driven by motives beyond comprehension. Back at the precinct, Reed delved deeper into the case, each piece of evidence a thread leading to a tangled web of deceit and betrayal. The victims shared a haunting similarity, their lives cut short in lonely motels that whispered of forgotten dreams and lost hopes. The shadow of a predator loomed large, casting a pall over the community, igniting fear and suspicion in its wake. Autopsy reports offered grim insights, pointing to a personal vendetta rather than random violence. Reed's intuition whispered of hidden truths waiting to be unearthed, guiding her towards the heart of darkness that threatened to consume all in its path. Days turned to nights as the investigation unfolded, each revelation bringing them closer to the elusive truth. A breakthrough came in the form of a cryptic clue, leading Reed down a path fraught with danger and deception. The victim's sister unveiled a cryptic connection, a man known only as C, whose presence cast a shadow of doubt over the investigation. As Reed delved deeper, the facade of normalcy crumbled, revealing a predator lurking in plain sight. Charles Emerson, a man of influence and power, stood at the center of the storm, his polished exterior concealing a darkness that chilled Reed to the core. His web of lies unraveled, exposing a depravity that defied reason and logic. In the courtroom, the echoes of justice reverberated, sealing Emerson's fate with a finality that offered little solace to those left behind. Reed's gaze met his, a silent exchange of truths unspoken, of sins unforgiven. The case, dubbed The Door on the Left Saga, faded into memory, but for Reed, the echoes of that night lingered like a haunting melody, a reminder that some doors once opened could never be closed. In the quiet confines of the evidence locker, 3 keys lay dormant, silent witnesses to a tale of darkness and despair. Reed's footsteps echoed through the empty corridors of her mind, a silent vigil to the mysteries that lay hidden behind closed doors, waiting to be unraveled in the depths of the night.